Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 2 of the 2022 Regional Clean Energy Conference. Please direct your attention to the screens for a message from Landon Dernst, Senior Director at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center.
Hello and welcome to our in-person audience in Istanbul and those joining virtually from around the world. Thanks for joining Day 2 of the Regional Clean Energy Outlook Conference, Advancing Climate and Security Goals. My name is Landon Dernst and I'm the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. And it's my pleasure to open this second and final day of the conference. Yesterday was a phenomenal start, with expert discussions on geopolitics, advanced nuclear technology, financing the phase-out of coal, and the implications of the energy transition for the Eastern Mediterranean. Although I'm unable to join in person, it's been a pleasure to follow these conversations virtually from Washington. Today's agenda looks just as robust, with important conversations focused on the circular economy, hydrogen, the financing of innovative clean energy technologies, and the clean energy outlook of the Central Asia, Caucasus, Balkans, and Eastern European regions. We're thrilled to be convening this conference in Istanbul, the perfect backdrop for this dialogue. Turkey has long been an energy crossroads between East and West, lying at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, and the Caspian region. At a moment when Russia is utilizing energy as a weapon, inciting global turbulence, and compelling a rethink of energy policies, the international perspective that Istanbul brings together could not be timelier. At the Atlantic Council, our work is focused on promoting policies that support a secure, affordable, and sustainable energy. Synchronizing climate action with energy security considerations has never been more important to build an energy system that can contribute to prosperity and well-being in this region and beyond. Ultimately, the most diversified energy systems, those in terms of commercial routes and generation resources, are the most secure energy systems. This reinforces why it's important to double down and ensure clean energy technologies are leveraged to the fullest to foster resilient energy systems around the world. I hope today's sessions will continue to reinforce the critical narrative between decarbonization and energy security, starting in Istanbul and to the wider region. And of course, on behalf of the Global Energy Center, I would like to thank our colleagues at the Atlantic Council in Turkey for their partnership in this conference and the Center's tireless work to push forward important conversations in the region with global implications. It's now my pleasure to introduce our speakers to kick off today's agenda. First, let me welcome the Honorable Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt, who is Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State. Prior to his swearing in, Assistant Secretary Pyatt served as the ambassador to Greece and to Ukraine, bringing an invaluable perspective on the current events and the future impact of the energy transition on global affairs. After Assistant Secretary Pyatt's remarks, we'll be joined by His Excellency Dr. Alparslan Bayraktar, Turkey's Deputy Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, who is a great friend and partner of those of us here in Washington. I wish I was there with you, but I hope you have a great day, and thank you for the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jeffrey Pyatt, Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State.
Good morning. I'm really delighted to be back in Istanbul to participate in this revival of the Atlantic Council's Regional Energy Forum. But I'm even more pleased that my very first trip abroad as the new Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources includes Turkey, a country that has played such a clear and prominent role in our collective response to Putin's unprovoked war of aggression in Ukraine, a war that has caused such suffering among the people of Ukraine, as well as disruption to global energy markets, global food supplies, and commodities. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Minister Bayraktar and also my friend and colleague, Ambassador Flake. It's great to see you, Jeff. We were last together in Delphi. It's hard to imagine a more sublime combination than Istanbul and Delphi, so good luck to both of us. I last spoke at this forum in 2017, when my panel discussion focused on the challenges of energy diversification and the question of whether or not the Southern Gas Corridor would ever be completed. Times have sure changed. But one thing that was true then and is true now is that the United States will always be there to support our allies and partners to improve our collective energy security, especially at a time of disruption and suffering among our citizens. Even beyond Ukraine, Putin's war of choice has caused a major shift in Europe's and the region's approach to energy security. It has upended the world's energy map. I know that I speak for everyone in this room in expressing the horror that I felt at the images we woke up to yesterday of missiles raining down on Kyiv, Lviv, Kharkiv, and Zaporizhia. But Russia, I believe, has proven for all time that it will not be a reliable supplier of energy, so long as it continues to weaponize its energy resources as an instrument of war. Putin's war and the disruption it has unleashed has made clear the dangers of over-reliance on a single supplier, particularly one that is willing to use its energy as a tool of coercion. But this war has also incentivized us all, and in Europe in particular, to accelerate our investments in energy transition and the renewable technologies that are the surest source of energy security. Our shared challenges are three. First, to identify reliable volumes of non-Russian sources of natural gas for European markets. Second, to reduce overall demand for natural gas through efficiency measures. And three, at the same time, to accelerate our work on the clean energy transition. None of these are contradictory, in my view. There is more urgency than ever to pursue these goals, as energy prices have skyrocketed in Europe and globally. Wholesale natural gas prices in Europe are up more than 10 times their average from the first half of 2021. Global coal prices are around twice what they were 1 year ago, and global oil prices are up by a third. These rapid, substantial increases underscore the urgency of diversifying sources and routes, of accelerating clean energy projects, which have low operational costs, and the importance of investing in technologies that can help to improve efficiency in industry and transport. We are working with our allies and partners to address all three of these goals, and most urgently, to increase and diversify LNG supplies to Europe. Of note, since February, 70% of U.S. LNG exports have landed in Europe, and the U.S. this year is on track to become the world's largest LNG exporter, reflecting both the United States energy resource endowment and the ingenuity and flexibility of our industry. But even here, climate concerns remain central. We're working with industry to reduce greenhouse gas intensity of natural gas infrastructure across the entire value chain and to sustain progress toward our shared climate goals. We recognize the important role that our allies and partners play in these efforts. With Turkey, we have cooperated to advance near, medium, and long-term projects that diversify energy supplies to Europe. The Western Balkans, for instance, are looking at a particularly difficult winter ahead. We are working with countries in the region to support each other and advance our collective energy security. Having visited the TAP pipeline under construction in 1998, I was particularly pleased to be in Greece in December of 2020 when the pipeline came online, diversifying and increasing supplies of natural gas from Azerbaijan to Turkey and Europe. And as Russia has throttled back on gas supplies this year, the Southern Gas Corridor has played a critical role in helping Europe, and Italy, Greece, and Bulgaria in particular, to weather the storm. In Sofia, later this week, I'll be able to celebrate the official launch a few days ago of the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, which will carry more gas from Azerbaijan to southeastern Europe and help Bulgaria in particular to escape its dependence on Russia. And North Macedonia, we hope, will not be far behind. Like the Southern Gas Corridor, the IGB project was the culmination of years of technical, commercial, political, and diplomatic effort. President von der Leyen rightly called it a game changer for European energy security. We look forward to the completion of the next phase of projects to bring gas to the Western Balkans, including, importantly, the Alexandroupoli FSRU. We also greatly appreciate what Turkey has done using its own new regasification facilities to support delivery of LNG to its neighbors. Much of this gas infrastructure is linked to the region's accelerated phase-out of coal-based power and thereby advances our climate goals as well. As we are advancing these important gas projects, we also seek to strengthen our partnership on the deployment of renewable energy and electricity interconnectors that will allow clean energy to be generated across and shared among countries. Over the course of this decisive decade, all of us will need to accelerate dramatically the adoption of renewables, new storage infrastructure, electric vehicles, decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors, and so much more to advance the clean energy transition. It won't be easy, but if we don't push ahead today, the consequences for tomorrow will be dire. I know that everybody here in Turkey understands the reality of the climate crisis. I will always remember visiting the Greek island of Rhodes in August of 2021 and the bright orange skies as both Greece and Turkey were fighting a catastrophic wave of wildfires fueled by climate change and extreme drought. The Biden administration is clear in its view that over time, true energy security will only be achieved through a clean energy transition that moves all of our countries away from unabated fossil fuels. We are working towards a future energy system that utilizes locally available resources like hydro, solar, wind, and geothermal, while leveraging regional interconnections for stability and financial sustainability. We're also supporting commercialization of technologies vital to making our goals a reality, from CCUS and other abatement technologies to deploying at scale zero carbon energy technologies, such as small modular nuclear reactors, advanced battery storage, and clean hydrogen. At home, President Biden has secured congressional support for about $370 billion in new domestic climate and energy transition investment through the Inflation Reduction Act. And we support our allies and partners in achieving these same goals. This includes supporting innovation in nuclear energy, which has the potential to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. For example, we're committing to funding for a FEED study to provide the basis for the deployment of a small modular reactor in Romania. We need to be realistic that nuclear projects can take many years to come online. However, I want to be very clear that the Biden administration strongly supports nuclear power as part of our toolkit to move towards a cleaner and more secure energy mix. As I look at this region, I see that many countries have already prioritized clean energy. A standout example is our host country here in Turkey, which is a real leader in this effort, with over 50% installed renewable capacity and reaching for more. As a large economy and a NATO ally, Turkey fills a critical role in regional efforts to diversify and transition energy supplies, of which TANAP and the Southern Gas Corridor is only the most prominent example. To conclude, we live in an extraordinary time. Today, global energy transition is among the most significant today's global energy transition is among the most significant moments in the history of energy, not unlike previous transitions, from wood to coal, coal to oil, and the adoption of industrialization and global shipping and aviation. Ultimately, we're aiming for a global energy system where clean energy and access are widespread and affordable across all regions and all sectors. We're exploring how we can work with countries to accelerate deployment at scale of these technologies as quickly and as efficiently as possible, in partnership with private sector counterparts. And we are seeking to do so in a way that reinforces our open, rules-based international order. In addition to technologies, we want to improve the efficiencies in power exchange trading across European neighbors. The clean energy transition will also require new supply chains that are resilient, secure, and diversified, so that we are not in a position where, again, a single bad actor can disrupt supplies. We must not fall into a situation where a single supplier can manipulate critical minerals and clean tech supply chains, as Putin has done with fossil fuels. In sum, the United States is committed to tackling the climate crisis, both at home and abroad. It's both a national security concern and an economic security issue. COP27, of course, is coming up next month. I hope we all use this COP to strengthen the global commitment to reduce emissions, especially in the energy sector. As just one example of how we can do this, the United States is urging countries that have not yet done so to commit to the global methane pledge before COP27. But we need to remember, the climate crisis is not just a challenge. It's a once-in-a-generation chance for us to work together to accelerate the deployment of clean and renewable energy solutions and to create opportunity for our citizens. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality. And I look forward to exploring with each of you how we can strengthen our cooperation on all of these issues in a way that creates benefits for us all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Alparslan Bayraktar, Deputy Minister of Energy and Natural Resources for the Republic of Turkey.
Sayın konuk bakanlar, büyükelçiler,
Dear guest ministers, ambassadors, and representatives of public and private sector, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I appreciate the organization put together by Atlantic Council and EBRD, and it is focusing on one of the most important issues of the energy sector. And I'm happy to be with you on such an important topic in such an important meeting. Climate crisis, COVID-19, and the disruptions on the supply chain and increasing commodity and energy prices, and on top of all that, Russia-Ukraine war, they all created disruptive effect on the world economy. As the supply security is being discussed and as we near the winter, perhaps this is the most important item on the agenda. The policies to fight against climate change could be accelerated in this period, and the supply security and regarding competitiveness, there has been a significant increase in the fossil fuel like coal. Global warming, well, we have the collective aim of limiting it to 1.5 degrees. We have interim targets of 2030, and in 2050 we are aiming at a carbon neutral world. And this year and the next coming years are going to be very important in the fight against climate crisis. In this collective fight, such critical years, well, we don't have the luxury to lose them. The renewable energy, energy efficiency, hydrogen, nuclear, these are alternative resources, and they should be utilized with strong and sustainable policies, and they should be turned into investments so that we don't have to choose between the energy security and climate crisis. From that point, the diversification of the energy sources and transition into clean energy are very important. Distinguished guests, as a developing economy, Turkey is increasing its demand on energy, and we are dependent on imports on that. An average of 5.2% increase, Turkey economy grew in a stable manner in the last 2 decades, and the demand on the gas and energy tripled in this period. At the center stage of our energy policies lies meeting of this energy demand and, of course, decreasing the dependency to external sources and reducing the energy bill. Last year, we have been, as we have been a signatory to Paris Agreement, and as Turkey promised that Turkey would be a carbon neutral economy in 2053, and this made the energy transition into a main item on the agenda. Regarding the decarbonization, our basic policies could be divided into 4 subtitles. Renewable energy is one of them, energy efficiency, nuclear energy, natural gas, and hydrogen. Dispersion of the energy use on the renewable, the diversification of the energy portfolio, and increasing the energy efficiency, and putting the nuclear plans into effect, and discoveries of new gas reserves. We are working tirelessly on all these issues, and as country, the renewable constitutes 54% of our established energy system. Turkey is the 5th in the world and 12th in Europe and 12th in the world regarding this percentage. To decrease the energy dependency on external sources and utilize the renewable resources, Turkey's broad potential should be utilized better, and we support the introduction of renewable energy into the market, and this is a leading item on our energy policy. With the models that we put into effect with R&D and distribution networks, we established a strong solar system, and in the year 2021, we are the first PV panel producer in Europe, and we are 4th in the world. The local production, despite on the face of the disruptions on supply chain, local production is very important, and very soon we are planning to put the storage systems into effect. In this framework, SMRs and small model reactors and non-conventional nuclear plants, well, they are important tools to reach net zero targets. Distinguished guests, energy efficiency plays a key role in the provision of energy security. And from the demands of the supply side, energy is used in the homes, in transportation, industry, agriculture. Well, in all these areas, we need to use energy in the most possible efficient way. In the last 15 years, we invested $6.5 billion into energy efficiency projects, and 16 million tons of carbon emission has been reduced in Turkey. After 2023, we are preparing an energy efficiency plan. As the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, a long-term roadmap is going to be shared with the public very soon. This roadmap is going to be relevant to 2053 net zero targets. It's going to be an important base for that. Distinguished guests, to decrease our dependency on the import and to provide transition from coal to gas in both Mediterranean and Black Sea, we
açık deniz arama
are
programı başlatmıştık.
we launched an open seas discovery program in 2016, and 540 billion cubic meters of gas reserve has been discovered in Black Sea, and we are maintaining these efforts. So this gas discovered in Black Sea, as of next year, the gas from that is going to be introduced into the network, and at the plateau level, production is going to be going to reach the plateau level, and we are going to contribute to the supply security of both Turkey and its region. A lot of countries declared their net zero targets, and with that, natural gas has been ever more important as a transition resource. So in this regard, we increased the capacity of the existing pipeline, and with increased capacity of the natural gas, we improved our gas transport and energy. The gas supply has increased, and regarding flexibility and diversification, this provided important inputs. In nuclear energy, alongside the conventional large reactors, small modular reactors we aim to create collaboration on them as well. From the point of existing technologies, it is going to be very difficult to write a transition success story without nuclear. Distinguished guests, despite all the geopolitical tension and financial difficulties, Turkey has a transparent and competitive market, and we're going to incentivize and promote the private sector. So the market reforms that were put into effect, with this, the investments were made possible. To be a carbon neutral country in energy, with a new campaign on reform and investment, we are entering a new period that requires higher interconnectedness. Starting from international financial institutions like EBRD, with all our shareholders, we're going to work closely. This is what we want. As the whole world, for a sustainable and smart energy transition, we need to be more sensitive, more realistic, and more digitalized energy policies. With that, I'd like to thank Atlantic Council and EBRD that brought us together on that meeting, and I thank you as well for the valuable contribution that you put into this meeting with love and respect.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel will begin shortly. Please remain in your seats while our speakers take a picture on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Giampiero Nacci, Acting Director for Green Economy and Climate Action at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. Giampiero Nacci, Director at the Climate Strategy and Delivery at the EBRD. And I'm really excited today, this morning, to talk about circular economy and financing models. We have a really distinguished set of panelists, which is going to join with me at the stage and talk about the role of circular economy in supporting and complementing the energy transition, and also to create more resilient and low-carbon supply chains. Before we start the panel, I would like to remind that this panel is on record, and also encourage to engage with us on social media using the Twitter handles AC_Istanbul and AC Global Energy and EBRD, using the hashtag Clean Energy Outlook. The panel today is going to touch upon all the elements of circular economy, starting from the relevance in addressing increased resilience in supply chains, but also looking at the circular risks and also trying to understand the role of policy and also the context of decarbonization. So on this note, I think I would like to invite the panelists on stage. So let me introduce them. We have Irina Gaplanian, Senior Advisor on Climate Change at the World Bank Group, and also Atlantic Council Millennium Leadership Fellow. We have Emrah Durusud, Senior Partner at Xinteo, and Nachi Chan, Project Finance and Treasury Director at Chalik Energy. So let's maybe start with you, Emrah. So COVID pandemic, the war on Ukraine, as we just, sort of heard from the previous speakers, major disruption in global supply chains. In the background, we have the climate crisis, biodiversity losses, both, elements that actually further exacerbate the pressure on global and regional supply chains. So what do you think is going to be the role of circular economy in helping developing different models and different systems of global trade for materials and products?
Thank you very much, Giampiero. I think first of all, I just want to thank Atlantic Council for inviting me to my home country. So I moved to the UK 15 years ago, but I'm Turkish, so it's always great to be back in Istanbul, and especially to discuss important topics like clean energy transition. While everyone is talking about energy security, we shouldn't forget about the clean energy transition, circularity, hydrogen, these important topics. And thank you very much for that. So as I said, I'm live in the UK, and I think this whole disruption started. It actually became more obvious during COVID, and we realized how sensitive our global supply chains, interconnected, but also sensitive our supply chains were. I'm sure most of you have watched the news. Our toilet paper shortages became globally well known. All the fights that people had to find toilet paper kept people busy in the first couple of months of COVID. And now we are facing the energy crisis. And it's again unbelievable, but I've been reading BBC lately, and every single day I'm seeing an air fryer news item. So basically they are telling people should go out and buy air fryers because they are more energy efficient than ovens. And today I read that actually people are not stocking up air fryers. And millions of people are ordering air fryers. I'm pretty sure they're going to send half of them to bins in 6 months' time or 2 years' time. So that's another example of how we're creating more circular waste problem or circular problems while we're trying to tackle short-term problems like energy efficiency this winter. But I think going forward, because of the global energy transition, but energy transition in Europe, we will also face further disruptions in our supply chains. The move away from fossil fuels is, of course, beneficial. So reduction in energy dependency, gas dependency, may lead to dependence on raw materials. So the new technologies like batteries will require some critical raw materials, and significant chunk of these raw materials, 90% of them are mainly mined in China. And for example, for lithium, which will be critical for batteries, 60% of refinement is being held in China specifically. So we are also creating this new dependencies. And European Commission is aware of this, of course, and they're working hard on this to tackle this new dependency. But I think we'll face more issues or dependencies. I think circular economy is very critical to avoid such issues, because basically with circular economy, we move away from linear business models and we try to create circular models which will reduce our dependency on raw materials. So that's extremely critical. So in this company, we work more with global corporates and global businesses, and I strongly believe their role will be extremely important. There are a couple of reasons. First of all, they manage most of these critical supply chains as businesses. Global companies manage the risk, but also the movement of resources globally. And also, if you look at the largest entities in the world, out of the top 100, 69 of them are companies. So companies are now actually bigger than countries in terms of resources and in terms of economies. And the third reason is they're global. So although some countries may be limit their actions into specific regions, companies have the ability to plan globally and actually tackle these global issues like climate change and circularity. But in terms of how we can actually tackle the supply chain issues with circularity using the power of businesses, just 3 suggestions quickly. The first one is around holistic approaches. I think we have a tendency to find the easiest solution in the supply chain. For example, recycling of plastics is wonderful, but that's not circular economy. I think for circular economy, the companies need to implement holistic solutions from design all the way to end use. And batteries, again, is an interesting example because we're working on battery recycling. It's a very new topic. So we're now deploying billions of electric vehicles with batteries all around. And we just started thinking about, okay, what do we do after 6, 7, 8, 10 years? So these batteries might have remaining lifetime. Can we reuse them? Or how do we even recycle? Because there will be some critical materials raw materials in those batteries. So the way we design batteries will have an impact on whether we can actually recycle batteries down the line after 15 years. And different companies will have different responsibilities in this value chain. So that's the first one, the systems thinking and the holistic approach. I think second suggestion could be more on visibility. The supply chains are extremely complex. So companies typically have visibility in terms of the first tier of suppliers, like a t-shirt analogy, so they know where they ordered the t-shirts from, but they don't know where the maybe fabric came from to the t-shirt manufacturer, or even they don't know where the cotton came from, for example. So they have some issues regarding the visibility of these supply chains. Also considering that these supply chains are global, it's very important to use data to trace these materials so that we can actually find meaningful circular solutions. So that's the second point around, and we are doing some work on this with SAP currently. And the third and final point is around the importance of collaboration. So again, for meaningful, holistic transformation to circular economy will require collaboration across value chains because it's just too complex for any single organization to tackle alone. It could be a country, it could be a company, but it doesn't matter. It's just so complex for a single organization, and we need collaboration across these value chains. And again, like this is something we're doing with Unilever, for example, in a complex market like India on plastic circularity, and we've achieved great success by working together with other companies, with local governments, even educating kids to help them recycle more, and to really implement the infrastructure needed to recycle and then manage the waste. So that requires really the ecosystem and value chain partnerships. And the final point on maybe Turkey quickly is that beyond circularity, this whole disruption in supply chains will also lead to other trends like localization, or people call globalization, or nearshoring. So these businesses might prefer to, for example, nearshore, bring some of the manufacturing facilities near Europe. So I think that will specifically create significant opportunities for Turkey, specifically, to meet the demand in Europe. But to benefit from this mega multi-trillion transition in Europe, Turkey will need to also enable its own transition to net zero, circularity, and wider sustainability. That will be critical to enable, to benefit from the European transition. But that's the kind of side point on specifically on Turkey, because personally I'm excited about that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Emrah, and I think we'll come back also to Turkey later on in the conversation. But you touched upon a number of very important points, you know, the sort of difference between a linear business model and a circular business model. You talked about critical raw materials, so all very important elements in the context of building a circular economy at large. So maybe building on this, Nachi-chan, would be interesting perhaps to hear your reflections about the contrast between linear and circular business models. So the linear and traditional business model of take, make, dispose versus a more circular type of operations and business model. What is the difference in terms of risks? And in particular, do you see let's say a way to address circular risk in to support really a further development of circular business and activities?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. I mean, every company wants to adapt to circular economy. And while the case is clear in that we need to decouple economic growth from resource consumption, the path is uncharted territory for pretty much all companies around. Especially heavy industry requires deep decarbonization, but the businesses in question, for the most part, are in hard-to-abate sectors, right? Such as power generation, which we are active, oil and gas, metals and mining. And they still need masses of energy in high density, which unfortunately is still not there to compensate with renewables. As Çalık Energy, and I think it will put some context to my remarks, we are active in three main sectors. So EPC contracting, this is currently gas to power, transmission and distribution, oil and gas, utility, electricity distribution and retail in Turkey and Kosovo, and our own renewable energy investments in wind, hydro, and solar. So for our sectors, some elements are circularity are immediately relevant. So we are addressing climate change or the threat of climate change through growing our own renewable investments. And we have given priority to such investments. But we are also mindful that the world needs a responsible and orderly energy transition that balances the energy trilemma, right? This is sustainability, affordability, and security. So we recognize many parts of the world still lack access to power, and these high-growth economies need reliable and reduced electricity cost. As the world is painfully learning today, the technology does not exist for a rapid transition to a world without conventional generation, which of course is a linear operational model. Circularity is possible, and the good news is the technologies, new technologies, fuel sources such as carbon capture, storage, green hydrogen will support this decarbonization over time. But even though we are seeing the emergence of these technologies globally, they are still in infant stage to get commercialized, and it will take some time for these technologies to scale up and frankly become cost effective, especially in emerging economies. So what lies below these technologies are a series of risks that we see that the owners and technology companies related to these assets need to manage and mitigate to drive bankability, constructability, and ultimately long-term operations. Fundamentally, our strong view is access to affordable electricity alleviates poverty. This requires energy, which today is still most efficiently and affordably provided by, maybe it's a taboo word in this forum, by conventional fuels in most regions. And it is still an essential component to a synchronized grid and easier integration of renewables. So we need to focus on decarbonization, not defossilization. Hydrocarbons are still important to avoid energy poverty, and our focus on emissions over fuel source must take top priority with an ultimate goal of net zero. We must think of how energies and fuel sources can play together, not against each other, and this is how we solve the energy trilemma, and in my view, achieve more inclusive, de-risk, cross-industrial circular economy.
Thank you, Nachi. This is, I think it's an important distinctions to make in terms of, what is the approach that can be implemented at the level of supply chains. We talked about the number of, important components. Emra, you mentioned the role of policy. I'd like to ask Irina to reflect and share her views in this respect, particularly in the context of perhaps a lack of enough, policy signals and policy incentives in most jurisdictions, in most countries. I'm particularly interested to understand your view on how to, not only about the general role of policy in supporting business development in the area of circular economy, but also how policy can play a role at different level. You know, at the moment, most of the policy work is towards the end of life. Think about, recycling targets, for example. Not so much in terms of, incentivizing increased utilization of materials and products. Not so much in terms of extending the lifetime of products. So how do you see the balance in the policy space?
Thank you so much. Very important question. But before I reflect on that, I want to thank the organizers. I'm also here in the capacity of Atlantic Council Millennium Fellow, which is an honor to be. And I represent the World Bank, and we have extensive studies on circular economy. But before I reflect on specifically policy-related issue, which is the overarching problem for circular economy and uptake in circular economy business models, I want to stop for a second and make a rationale for circular economy, because I think sometimes when we go into these complex terminology and understanding and attempting to understand where we're going, we sometimes forget why we're going where we want to be. And the rationale is as simple as that current economic models cannot be supported by this planet in the foreseeable future. The way we run our economies today would require 2 to 3 planets with its resources moving forward. So that is the rationale, and we need to start rewiring the way we think and run our economies. So that's the overarching rationale, and that's why we need to also understand the role of stakeholders in this process. Speaking of policy, I mean, absolutely, circular business models have made their case. It's very clear that governments and countries and global international institutions and international financial institutions are fully committed to circular models. But so far, we see incredible innovation in different sectors, from energy to services industry. But the penetration of circular economy business models stops at about 8 to 10%. And that's it. And then you have an insane amount of bottlenecks that prevent the uptake of circular business models. We all know they're great. We need to commit to them, but what are the bottlenecks? And the bottlenecks are policy. We need fundamental rethinking of how we are approaching circular business models, and we need to ensure that 4 particular aspects in policy are in place. Those are incentives, institutions, financing, and information. My colleagues earlier touched on some of them, but I want to reflect on these from specifically policy perspective. So if we think about incentives, we need to realize that current models of our economic activity are linear, as you mentioned, and they're subsidized. Whereas we see nonlinear circular business models have no incentive and no support. So at the very beginning, and I want to tie this also to the financing models for a circular economy, circular economy business models cannot compete in the policy environment where we subsidize linear economy from the very outset, from the extraction of raw materials all the way to the finite process of materials life, with circular business models. So we need, on the policy level, we need to create deep incentives like we have done for linear economy decades ago. So that's very, very clear, and this has to be done in a very structured and systematic level. And here comes my personal experience going to the institutional aspect of policy production on circular economy. It has to be an overarching attempt. I'm a former Deputy Minister of Environment, and traditionally circularity, climate change, all of these overarching intersectoral challenges have been overwhelmingly put on ministries of environment. Well, we can't resolve them. Climate change, decarbonization, circularity, these have to be overarching goals and strategies of all of your institutions. This has to come out of ministries on environment and become overarching models for governments as they commit. Because, as I said, we need to create incentives, we need to create different financing models that can compete the circular business models can compete with your linear economy. And of course, information. Earlier, Emran mentioned about how important it is to share the knowledge and provide data. We need to create environments, again, incentivized environments for clustering of businesses, for industrial parks, where we can ensure that the enabling environment is there to further benefit circular models. And with that being said, information, incentives, financing, and institutions, these are absolutely critical factors for a wholesome policy approach to make the case for circular business models.
Thank you very much, Irina. Actually, I may...
Just one,
Emra, yes,
yeah.
please, go ahead. Yes.
No, it's just it inspired me actually. Thank you, Irina, because we're seeing very similar problems, even the business as well, especially in your comment on just putting all responsibilities on a single ministry, for example, even if this is an overarching problem. The same issue happened with businesses, where the sustainability teams were supposed to somehow magically transform multi-trillion companies. And when we work with them on the ground projects, for example, like pilots on low carbon technologies, low carbon projects, it's an overarching, as you said, even like a single pilot project requires overarching approach, because it's relevant to R&D, engineering, marketing, sales, corporate strategy, etc., finance, and so on. So you need to bring everyone together, even in a single company. So I think that was the kind of one interesting similarity between governments and corporates. I think the second point is also on information. So we did some piece of work on logistics, for example, in Europe, and it's unbelievable because people and companies cannot share data. There are still trucks going half empty all the time. So even fixing that problem might reduce the number of trucks we need on our roads, which will reduce our fuel consumption, but also the number of trucks needed. For example, if we can optimize and utilize these trucks better by just simply sharing data. But of course, there are some issues regarding confidentiality, etc. But I think even sharing data between companies will enable significant reduction in consumption and waste and energy as well.
Thank you, Emma. This is an important observation. In fact, actually triggers maybe an extra question to Irina, actually to you all, because in the context you have described, right? But also taking into account that circular economy in principle is supposed to be an economic model that has major economic benefits in terms of GDP growth. Also, being more labor intensive typically would also have a positive impact on employment. Still, governments and countries are struggling to prioritize circular economy among other policy objectives. And likewise, also the corporate sector, up to an extent, is kind of really very slow to implement activities in this area. I would like to ask all of you, in fact, but perhaps Irina, if you can focus on why governments are not embracing. Is because of complexity? Is because of lack of data? And likewise, maybe Naci and Emra, why the corporate sector is still struggling to embrace circular economy?
Well, I think it's important to separate developed and developing economies, because developed economies have already done quite a substantive enabling policy work, particularly in the European Union. We see that these models are already in place, and we're seeing in various sectors quite significant uptake in ensuring circularity business models are working. In developing countries, it is quite difficult because lack of institutional capacity within governments, where this type of approach absolutely requires an overarching model in place. But if we talk, for example, countries that work with the European Union in the framework of partnership, whether it's Georgia, Armenia, Moldova, all of these countries have now started the process of legal approximation to the EU legislation, but it takes time. For example, as part of Georgian legislation, they have just adopted EPR models, extended producer responsibility. And this is absolutely critical for Georgia to create the enabling environment. However, even before that, there has to be institutional transition within the government, where this particular aspect is not only housed at the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture in Georgia, but also is done by Ministry of Economic and Sustainable Development, Ministry of Finance, because again, we have to create equal balance for incentive and financing, or even not so much equal if we want an uptake for circular economy models as opposed to linear economy. So there are definitely commitments in developing countries. If we talk about Eastern Europe and Central Asia, it just takes significant amount of time given the lack of capacity within institutions and lack of legal architecture to enable this.
Thank you, Irina.
Sure. I mean, from our perspective, I mean, I come from a finance background, so you know, I need data and you know, to work with. And what we did, at least at Çalık Energy, is a few years ago we started measuring our carbon footprint as a start, right? And we are right now expanded to all our sites, and at the same time, as we further expand to our project sites globally, we are trying to offset that by increasing our renewable energy investments, right? So we have that approach, holistic approach that we are targeting. We are also, which I think is quite visionary, that's led by our chairman, in that we are also committed to invest in new energy technologies. And these are green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and ammonia, and currently in pilot stages globally, but we are hoping that with our participation in their fundraisings, over time they become commercialized, right? But we still don't know which technology will go first, so we need to have these options, and we need to support these startups again, at currently pilot stages. We definitely believe over time hydrogen will play a pivotal role for at least our sectors, right? We are in energy and infrastructure business. And it will be very relevant for transportation, heating, and even heavy industry over time. And one of the definitely longer-term solutions to provide a storage solution for renewable energy output. In our EPC segment, right, this is constructing turnkey power plants. Most of our customers are state-owned entities in emerging countries, right? We are active in CIS region, Sub-Saharan Africa, but we still have an impact to implement projects in a more environmentally friendly way that we are trying to promote. So we always try to, you know, promote higher efficiency turbines, capable of burning hydrogen over time, either, you know, initially probably blended over a long time with some modifications to the gas turbine and auxiliary equipment. We believe 100% burning 100% hydrogen will be achievable and will be quite important. So you use the existing infrastructure to produce more clean energy. But also we have some impactful projects as well, right? So we completed a major service and maintenance center project in Central Asia that actually had its grand opening 2 months ago, which is going to overhaul existing gas turbine fleet in the region. And this is the first of its kind in the region. Previously, you had to ship these turbines. So it actually supports a localized supply chain and uses, you know, with reduced logistics costs, you know, and you have the know-how in the region. So I think improving the local supply chains in this transition is also very important. Another area that we are focused on is hybrid projects, which again is quite interesting for us. So we are currently implementing a wind, solar and diesel combined project, where the diesel would be backup in the case of no solar and wind power available. And we believe these type of projects are the realistic approach, especially in emerging countries, where, you know, you may not have the support mechanism just yet to promote renewable energy projects only. So I think this hybrid approach makes real sense, especially in emerging countries. So yeah.
Thank you, Naci. I would like to come back to you, Irina, because actually you soliciting a further question, because, you know, when you mentioned difference between developed economies and, you know, emerging economies, actually is an important distinction. Even within the EU, that by all means is, you know, represent a benchmark when it comes to regulation and policy in the circular economy space. I would argue that actually there is a very striking difference between countries. So there are certain countries that are performing very well, and others, you know, that are certainly not doing, you know, at the same, performing at the same level. And it seems to me that the main difference has to deal with the, you know, tradition in certain countries or industrial clustering, ecosystem, local, specialization that actually trigger cooperation at the country level. Maybe it's not the only ingredient, but it's certainly one of the elements. Can you maybe elaborate a bit more on this? And what I would be interested to know is your view on what is missing in the, I would say, global architecture. For example, the role of multilateral development bank. You represent the World Bank in helping, creating these ecosystems. What can we do to help improving, the way circularity is embedded in the way we finance projects, in the way we design policy, and the way we, try to create resilient, trading sort of flows.
Yeah, no, absolutely brilliant question because, so where's the magic wand, right? How do we make it happen? It's all good, we're talking about it, but to date we have only 8 to 10% market penetration for circular business models. The question lies, as I earlier mentioned, in a wholesome and holistic approach to this issue. And I want to be very practical in responding to this question and tell you some other statistics that's quite staggering. And that is, based on the studies by the European Commission, 80% of the solutions to uptaking circular business models is in design. Okay? This is something that we need to be very clearly taking note of, that when we go to the store and buy toothpaste, why is that toothpaste in a box? Do we use that box? Do we need that box? We use it for about 3 seconds until we dispose it. All right, that's just a tiny fraction of an example how this has to be a holistic approach, both triggered by the consumers, innovation driven within the private sector, which we consistently see, and some brilliant solutions to circularity. But again, policy and overarching policy, enabling policy that will at least give the fighting chance of the circular business model, because again, in the reality where we have linear economies still subsidized, it is very hard for circular business models to enter the market. So this is something that we need to be clearly aware of. And coming back to Emran, what also said, that consumers need to be well aware. And this is something that has to be systemic in nature, knowledge management, knowledge production, and very inclusive process. As for the differences in different countries, absolutely. We have Scandinavian countries leading there up in the north on inputting and enabling environment for policy, and these models to be uptaken. But another aspect that's very clear, where developed countries unfortunately do have a better fighting chance, that is, you mentioned earlier, skills and labor. The R models of economy, reuse, recycle, and refurbish, require higher labor skills, which developing economies unfortunately do not have. And that's something developed economies certainly have an advantage of. And that is one of the key transitions that would also have to be taken into consideration for circular business models to be at scale.
Thank you very much. I'd like to come to the audience in a moment, but perhaps Emra, I'd like to reflect a bit on why even in the corporate sector, circular economy is not yet at the level that you would have expected by now. And for example, what when you advise your clients, how you sell circular economy.
So I think we had some good conversations in the morning, and personally I've been working on sustainability and decarbonization, circularity for the last 15 years, and we have great leaders here. Maybe you've been working on this more than that. And my frustration is that probably I wrote my first energy efficiency report 15 years ago, telling energy efficiency would reduce gas dependency or energy imports. I'm not genius, it's just so obvious, right? So it's obvious if you reduce your energy consumption, then you will rely less imports on fossil fuel imports. And it's cost effective, and it makes sense, and it brings comfort. But still, if you look at Europe, we haven't made great progress in terms of improving our buildings, for example. And the same question around circularity. Yes, we know it will bring multiple benefits. We will reduce waste. Who will like waste? Everyone hates waste, and this is a great example to reduce waste, and this is an amazing opportunity to reduce, again, raw material dependency, etc. But I think if I step back and reflect on it, there's maybe one angle which sometimes you overlook, which is about leadership. Because again, we create these complex institutions called governments and companies, and almost treat them as like creatures on their own, but actually they're run by human beings who make some of these critical decisions, and the decision of a single leader may have a huge impact on the pace of change and how quickly we can scale up these opportunities. And you made some comments on incentives, and I think these leaders also have incentives, but maybe the incentives are not the right incentives. For example, ministers have election cycles to worry about. So what is the next election and how to maximize votes, which is understandable, because that's how we can be in power. And the same with executives. If you look at business executives, I think the average tenure is around 4.9 years for a global company's executive. So it's a very similar tenure period. And also they have quarterly shareholder reports, etc. So it's even maybe more short term. So I think overall we have so many incentives on just prioritizing short-term value over long-term value. And these type of transformations may require more than 5 years. But it's just maybe scary for us because everyone is focused on the next year and next 2 years only. I think that's one problem. I think in terms of solutions, maybe quickly, one is again, maybe obvious, but a better dialogue between public and private sector and real collaboration between these parties to tackle that. And then the second one, I think, is both business leaders and government leaders are driven by taxpayers or voters or consumers, so basically the society. So I think if we can find a better way of engaging with the society, instead of asking them to reduce their temperature by 1 degree this winter, for example, if there was a better way to engage society, to explain the opportunities and the benefits of this transition that create in terms of jobs, in terms of comfort, then I'm hoping this could at least tackle this collective short-termism that we are facing.
Thank you, Emrah. I'd like maybe now to involve the audience. I would like to see if there is any question or any observation. Not yet. So maybe we can continue our conversation. I'd like to maybe build on some of your last points, Emrah, and talk about innovation in this area of circular economy. Maybe starting with you, Naci. Where do you see the space for innovation, and perhaps even if you have examples to share on organizations, companies, even maybe local regional authorities that have introduced innovation in designing and supporting circular economy businesses?
I mean, we are following, maybe, again, we come from the energy and infrastructure sector, right? So those will be the fields that my examples will focus on. But for instance, an area that we see that we all need to think about more is there is a huge, number of solar panels and wind turbines that will need to be decommissioned each year going forward, especially, starting in Europe, starting in Germany. And we need a better commitment to recycling, right? So battery production itself, when you focus on it, also has a significant carbon footprint and, wider concerns around its value chain, right? So, and in practice today, recovering materials from these equipment is still impractical because they are not built to be dismantled. They are built to, withstand the harsh weather conditions, environmental conditions, and be tough just by their nature, right? So, but we also know, some, at least in our sector, certain large equipment manufacturers are focusing on easy disassembly and recycling, for instance, wind turbine blades, which we are following quite closely. So we definitely should promote further R&D in this area and somehow incentivize these technologies, both as investors who use them or also manufacturers who support the R&D. I think on the gas turbines also, they are becoming ever more efficient. So I think that's also a trend that we are seeing that will continue. And as I mentioned before, over time, we will see blended hydrogen and full hydrogen burning gas turbines more frequently. So I think that's definitely an area that is innovative in our sectors. I think carbon capture and storage has significant potential to reduce fossil-based applications in general. I mean, frankly, currently implementing CCS solutions are, well, first of all, they increase the capital cost a lot. They reduce generation efficiency, and they require additional space. We are also flowing R&D in these areas. And again, by our investment in these startups, we are trying to have options under various new emerging technologies that we need to apply over time. So there is a lot of innovation actually in the sectors that we are active in. So, I mean, at the end of the day though, these technologies must become proven, reliable, and frankly more commercialized before we can adopt them in our sectors. And I think, you know, promoting or public institutions supporting these technologies would be an important factor. Because no bank would want to finance a new nascent technology that you are scaling up all of a sudden. So I think we definitely need some support mechanism for the private sector to more forcefully promote these new technologies in our own investments or our projects that we are implementing construction.
Thank you, Naci. Emrah?
So I think in terms of innovation, so looking at where the applications could be, you have the energy side, and then carbon circularity is one concept that's been emerging. There are different views on this, but if you put carbon circularity on the side, then you mainly talk about agriculture and products, basically electronics, etc., and packaging like plastics and so on. So I think in those areas we still need technology innovation to replace plastics, for example, with biodegradable materials, etc. But I think beyond technologies, I'm more excited about also business model innovation. So this is also an interesting space to come up with now new business models for new startups to come up with interesting ideas. So there are new concepts around, you know, product as a service, for example. One of the reasons why we waste a lot because we own a lot. Do we need to own all these materials and products? Or is there a way to better utilize them and use them, maybe rent them, etc.? So there are different solutions on that one. Again, food waste is a very important area, but unfortunately we still have significant food waste. So there are some new ideas coming out of this area as well to reduce food waste. So I think I'm more excited about. I'm excited about technology as well, of course, but I also like this type of low-hanging fruit business model innovation that we'll see more and more in the coming years.
Thank you. Irina?
Building on my colleagues, I want to again loop back to enabling environment and stress that absolutely, indeed, there's innovation in various sectors of economy, and we see that, as Naci said, particularly in renewable energy and energy efficiency sector because of decarbonization. But we also see it in service sectors, for example. We see that in music with Spotify. We see that with accommodation with Airbnb. We see that in transportation with Uber and other applications up there. So we see innovation constantly occurring. But the market penetration remains low simply because circular business models are not competitive. And until we create the enabling policy environment for circular business models to be competitive, we will be capped at maximum 10 or 15% of market penetration for circular models.
Thank you. This triggers another question then, because I talk about competitiveness and about policy and business, drivers. What do you think are, the key sectors that can offer the most short-term potential?
Well, the obvious elephant in the room is the renewable energy. I mean, the decarbonization is driving that in particular, and we see, projections that we're seeing for renewable energy uptake are fascinating, and R&D is moving beyond your traditional water, solar, and wind into geothermal. The forecasts at the turn of the century show that geothermal potential will be somewhere up 25%. Also, again, due to innovation, as we see nuclear with small modular reactors, we see similar technological developments in uptake of geothermal potential of the planet. And then, of course, ocean energy. There's a lot of energy harvesting in the ocean. So R&D is certainly there, and that's the key driving sector. Also, of course, is the decarbonization factor. But again, I think the ones that are often being not very noticed are service industry, tourism, and all of the outliers of the tourism sector, the accommodation, transportation, etc. These are also seeing a lot of interesting innovations and circularity, and those would be easy to penetrate if there are small tweaks in the enabling policy for them to be more competitive.
Emrah?
A quick comment to build on that. I fully agree of the importance of policy, but in my And I used to design policies in my previous role, and now in this current role, I'm trying to push corporates as much as possible. And to be honest, in addition to policy, I still feel like there are other things the value chain collaboration can tackle and enable. Again, I think we're seeing some strong proof points in Europe. In one of the hardest to abate sectors, steel sector, for example, is an interesting example where there are some new initiatives out of nowhere. Hydrogen, green steel, we do work with them. And to create a hydrogen-based steelmaking project, they already lined up their customers. So they found car manufacturers, truck manufacturers who will like to use green steel in their manufacturing. So is that enough? Is that enough to scale up this? No, but it itself will help raising financing. And then the government's policy role or support role was, in a way, relatively limited compared to just relying on policy. So that's why I'm really encouraging businesses to be a bit more innovative and collaborative in this sense, because some of these things cost a lot when you focus on the first application point. But I think actually if you can start passing the cost on to other consumers, other players down the line, and if somehow we can share that cost, they become less scary, which might be the case for materials like cement. Yes, application of CCS is very expensive, but low carbon cement in buildings, maybe not so much. The same thing with steel as well. The application of hydrogen-based steel making is expensive, but if you can actually use that green steel in a expensive car, no, actually the fraction is pretty much small. So they can actually afford to add this extra cost on some of the car segments or truck segments. So there are different ways to actually help each other in the value chain and work in a different way.
Thank you. Going back to the audience, is there any question or any consideration, any observation? It would be great if you can introduce yourself and then indeed make the question. Microphone is coming.
Thank you. My name is Shoaib Ismail. I'm from Zinteo. I wanted to pick up on Irina's point. It's not a question, it's more a consideration. I love your analogy of toothpaste, right? Because it's true. There's always a cardboard box around toothpaste. I have never thought about the cardboard box around toothpaste. It's a huge waste. In fact, I see it as a cost because I come home, take out the toothpaste, then I have to go outside and put it in the bin, in the recycling bin, and make sure it's in the right bin and then come back in. I think policy is an important enabler to help us develop circular business models. I think there's one important enabler that we haven't talked about yet, though, and that's biases, assumptions that we have around the toothpaste box that we don't really think about. We just think about it as a cost and we take it for a given. We worked with one of the largest steel manufacturers last year, helping them figure out how do they make their value chain more efficient, how do they make it more efficient in a way that decarbonizes their operations. One of the things that we were doing was mapping out their emissions process and figuring out how can you decarbonize different sections of their value chain. One of the things we looked at is they taking coal to reduce their iron and then process steel at the end. We looked at what happens to that coal, what's the waste products, and how can they reuse those waste products. And they were already doing this, which was great, but one of the things we were looking at was, in terms of their waste products, they have a lot of waste gas that comes out. They normally release that gas. A lot of steel companies around the world just release that gas into the atmosphere. What they do, though, is they process that gas, and they figure out that it's actually high in hydrogen and carbon monoxide. They get rid of the carbon dioxide, and just by processing 90% of that back in to reduce their iron, building a circular model within themselves, they're able to reduce their emissions 25%. More importantly for them, though, they didn't need policy to come and help them. They just realized that this was a cost efficiency saving for them.
Yes.
Helping companies realize that circularity isn't a cost, it could develop a new revenue stream, and at the very least, it could help them bring down their existing costs, is huge. I think that bias, challenging the assumptions that because we've always done something this way, it has to be this way, we have to continue buying the toothpaste with the toothpaste box, that's the biggest challenge that we have to tackle with circular business models. Policy, for me, is secondary. It's about building the hard enablers. The first enabler has to come inside here. And I think that's the hardest thing that we have to work on. That's my consideration.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Irina, do you want to react?
Yeah, I definitely agree on all the points you raise. But I guess I'm biased. I use a policymaker, and when you're in a position to create enabling policy environment, you realize that a lot of solutions actually lie. And even with the example that you brought, a lot of countries right now are doing carbon pricing and creating the right legal architecture to regulate that aspect, right? So if you have a little bit of a nudge through policy, again, creating policy incentives for companies to do that, then the scale with which the companies will do that is much, much higher than leaving it to the altruistic desires of company owners to actually look at it. And absolutely, resource efficiency is part of the circularity models, but they only go so far, right? And small nudges in policy environments can bring to the scale that we need. What you're talking about is that 8 to 10% of market penetration that we see for this business models working, but we need that at much bigger scale in order not to mine in other planets for resources.
Thank you, Irina. Let's come. Any other question or a consideration? In this case, I'll come with the $100 million question, right? Okay. Which is a natural $100 million question. If you were given $100 million, where would you invest in circular economy? I'll start to give my example so you can think about. So I was in Rome last week, actually, had meetings with the FAO, right? And we talked about circular economy in the agribusiness, food value chains. And it came out that actually there are countries like Japan where over 60% of the feed, for livestock comes from upcycling agricultural residues and recovering food waste. And this helps not only reducing import for feed in the country, but also stabilizing indeed the market and the price for feed, because ultimately these are all internally generated resources. So I will invest my money in creating the systems to recover food waste and to upcycle agricultural residue that typically either put back in the soil without necessarily improving soil fertility and soil conditions, or ultimately either wasted or burnt. So that's my choice. Who wants to start?
I have an answer, but I need more than $100 million. I'm sure we can find match funding. So there's so many applications, but actually I'm worried about circularity. I think that was mentioned already, especially for batteries, because I'm worried about creating future problems for amazing solutions that will tackle climate change. And I don't want us to realize that actually we made a huge mistake and realize that there are now millions of batteries lying out there that we can't recycle. I think imagining the number of millions of electric vehicles that will be on the road in each country in Europe very soon, creating the systems to reuse and recycle batteries would be my bet. I think that's going to be multi-billion opportunity, but we can start with 100 million. Why not?
I'll go next, I guess. I agree with Emran. It requires a lot more than $100 million. I guess being in environmental policy decision-making process, you look at things in a wholesome way. And for me, I guess the most urgent aspect of environmental management, natural resource management has been not only climate change, but also biodiversity loss. And the pace with which we're losing our biodiversity is unprecedented. And this is something that we cannot recover, right? At least with climate change, there are solutions to carbon capture. Technology is evolving very fast. There are some type of solutions out there that could bring a lot of, alleviate a lot of stress with the warming of the planet. With biodiversity, once certain species are lost, they're gone forever, and it disrupts the entire balance of the ecosystem of the world. So, and of course, one of the biggest pressures is pollution, and packaging waste remains to be that very issue. And for me, going back to the fact that 80% of your solutions lie in the design, I think I would invest all that money into figuring out how we can redesign the way we package everything in order to stop that massive pollution of our oceans and our lands.
Thank you. Maciej.
I mean, on our end, again, alluding to my finance background and looking at investments that, that I can touch and see, hopefully see near-term impact, would be to promote further renewable energy investments, especially in emerging countries. I mean, we have operations in, Angola, Senegal, Western Africa, DR Congo, which we are developing a major solar project. I mean, you go to these countries and see, they are so far from, they are cutting down trees for their basic, heating and cooking. I mean, and bringing especially solar power to these regions makes a huge change on day-to-day lives of people. So that's what I would want to promote. At the same time, having, again, options to startups, to blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, these investments, hopefully with corporates like us, can be promoted and over time commercialized. So I think having those options, investments in the startups, promoting renewable energy, especially solar in emerging markets, and definitely need more than 100.
Thank you. Maybe if we stay in Turkey, you started talking about, Turkey, Emrah. I mean, DBRD, we've been a major, believer and promoter of circular economy in this country. We have helped, together with many other partners, setting up the, Turkey Circular Economy Platform, which is, a knowledge-sharing platform, but also contains interesting element in terms of focus on innovation, in terms of exchange and trade of byproducts. And we're also been investing, in multiple activities, from glass recycling to reuse of agricultural residues. So we are a strong believer in circular economy. What is your take about, and we are a strong believer not only because we see the economic case of circular economy, but also because we believe it's a very important component of decarbonization, of any decarbonization, in fact, strategy, but also because it brings value to the country in terms of economic return, in terms of employment, in terms of skills, as Irina rightly mentioned. And also because of the industrial structure, the economic structure of the country, the proximity to big markets, clearly Turkey has a lot of potential. Can you perhaps share your view about, the status quo and where you see the potential for further development?
I think in general, when we work both in developed countries as well as developing countries globally, and there's one assumption, which is that, for example, Europe should go first, and then the developing countries can then implement down the line. I'm worried about that because we don't have time globally, but at the same time understand the logic. But actually, if you look at the differences between those markets, there's huge opportunities in developing countries, because in developed countries in general about decarbonization, about sustainability, it's more about, for example, heavy industry. It's all about retaining a declining industry, or keeping the existing sites, retrofitting existing sites, finding solutions to existing investments one way or another. Steel plants, figuring out what to do with existing steel plants, cement, the same story. But if you look at developing countries, then you are mainly talking about new investments, because the economies are still growing, so you might need new steel plants, or new cement plants, or new investments across different sectors in agriculture, etc. So all these problems we're talking about, providing electricity to more people, providing food to more people, etc., will also mean we're talking about new investments. So we don't have to make these new investments in all technologies. So there might be some opportunities with global help. You can actually provide both. You can meet the humanitarian needs in that country, while also making sure that there won't be any sunk cost in all technologies, and you can somehow support them that the new investments are in renewable energy, in hydrogen, etc. I think that's one opportunity and difference between developing countries and developed countries. I think specifically for Turkey, as a kind of close neighbor and being part of Europe, the whole energy transition, net zero transition in Europe might, as I mentioned earlier, might create kind of nearshoring for businesses. And I think there are opportunities for Turkish businesses to, for example, export to Europe if these new business models are circular, if the manufacturers are lower carbon, etc. So I know initially it's very costly and very challenging, but actually somehow if we can achieve that in Turkey, Turkey could actually benefit from this multi-trillion transition significantly by being a kind of low carbon and circular manufacturer hub, for example, or hydrogen hub, next to Europe. So yeah, significant opportunities, but only if we can actually make this more sustainable and circular.
Thank you. Naci, do you have any view on the role of Turkey and what is the potential for Turkey?
I mean, I think especially on the renewable energy side, I think we have a great potential. I think with the new legislation change on unlicensed solar power plants, I think there is a lot of potential for captive power plants or plants that can feed directly the manufacturers, and this is an area that actually we are focusing on our own operations as well. We have textiles operations, mining operations. I think there is still, access to financing is an issue, especially in this environment. Even for renewable energy, unfortunately, the last few years have been relatively difficult for large-scale projects. So I think that's an area, hopefully, that with additional support mechanisms, it becomes more bankable for large-size projects. But I think, over time, we see great potential in introducing hydrogen as well into the mix, including in Turkey. So I think that's an area that we are focusing on. So overall, the future is bright for Turkey as it relates to the decarbonization and being part of the decarbonization story.
Thank you, Naci. Before maybe kind of asking the final question to our panelists, is there any other observation from the audience? Anybody that wants to share their own view on how to use $100 million for circular economy business? Okay, so in this case, sorry?
$1 billion?
You're raising the stakes here, yes.
To get interest, yeah.
So maybe last point I want to touch before wrapping up this very interesting panel is about finance, right? And how to scale up finance, how to shift financial flows towards circular economy, more circular, business opportunities. I'd like to perhaps reflect with you what you think are the key priorities to address in this respect, right? And what would you do if you were in the position to support, to create incentives for finance? Is it an issue of addressing, early mover risk? Is an issue of providing, guarantees for allowing business to grow? It's an issue of, we talked about data, actually, we didn't expand further. It's an issue of investing in data. So what are the conditions to make finance flowing towards circular economy businesses? I don't know, Irina, you want to start? Yes.
Sure. I'm going to be repetitive, though. I'll bring you back to the very basic issues of the way models are structured with linear economy, where we extract already at subsidized rates, right? And then we process and then we discard the material. Whereas when we look at every aspect of circular business models, when you compare them to virgin products, they're not competitive. So before we look into the financing models and where to generate mobilized finance and how to scale it and bring it to the utilization of circular business models, we need to ensure that at the very start they are competitive, and currently they're not. So in order to ensure and understand how much financing we need, whether we're talking about packaging, whether we're talking about other waste streams and services and energy, we need to ensure that at the start of the material cycle, both virgin products and the secondary products have equal ground and they can compete. And then only we should talk about financing. And moving on to more of the institutional aspect of financing, we also need to rewire, for example, the way we do accounting, right? We continue to account for material cycle from the perspective of linear economy. We don't have accounting systems for secondary and tertiary materials and what is their long-term economic benefit of bringing back them into the economy. So again, enabling policy environment, enabling legal environment, and really through that also understanding what is the true economic value of secondary and tertiary materials and circular business models.
And maybe just to stay on this point, because it's very relevant and very important, would you, let's say, prioritize more like fiscal measures or more like specific targets, maybe at sectoral level, in terms of utilization of
yeah, these are not mutually exclusive, and the approach has to be systemic as well. So, okay, if we're subsidizing extraction of certain materials, we either have to reconsider their subsidies, or we have to create equal ground for secondary and tertiary materials. For example, plastics. Let's talk about that, right? Because packaging remains to be the biggest issue of waste management in various countries, both developed and developing. So how do we resolve this? We'll look at the very basic data of how oil is subsidized, right? And oil extraction is subsidized. And your polymers are materials that come out of the production, and by default they're super cheap, and you cannot compare them in terms of competitiveness on the market with recycled materials, recycled plastic, right? So absolutely, those have to be fiscal mechanisms as well as targeted approaches towards different sectors, and understanding what each sector would need for the business models of circularity to upscale.
Thank you, Irina.
Maybe quick build on the question around which incentives could work. I think that's based on experience. There's also regional differences. Just historically, for example, in the US government prefers to implement tax-based incentives a lot, versus we don't see that too much in Europe. Europe is more on like different mechanisms, and also depending on who is incentivized as well, like consumers sometimes prefer cash, so that's why we see a lot of grants for certain things. Or at the same time, governments can use regulation to ban bad behaviors, etc., which European Commission does a lot. So I think there are different options available depending on where you're intervening and specifically in the value chain, and also kind of which region. But I think on the role of finance, maybe I'll be a bit controversial because we had an interesting, so just after COP last year, so we brought together some global CEOs from hard-to-abate sectors and then financiers to really discuss this question around, it wasn't just purely on circularity, but it was more widely around circularity, sustainability, climate change, etc., and like how can finance help. So interesting thing was, as of last year, the financiers were saying, actually, there's lots of money around for investments in sustainability. There hasn't been this much money at all, like since history. So like everyone's interested in green projects, everyone's interested in sustainability, and we're seeing new bonds are rising, specific equity companies, or specific debt mechanisms, etc. What they were telling us, but they can't find the right projects, which I think which means commercially viable, attractive projects to invest. So they're still struggling in this kind of zero carbon, low carbon projects. So the controversial part was from I won't name him, but like a global CEO in one of the top CEOs in hard-to-abate sectors, which basically said, actually challenged the finance sector and said, if you're expecting the same returns that you're expecting from other investments, then you're just making the money out of green transition. What is the role of finance? And I'm not naming, like there are some financiers obviously playing a bigger role, but in general I'm talking about banks, etc. What is the role of finance in enabling this transition if they're only expecting the same amount of return? So basically the point was, as a corporate, we can raise debt ourselves in different ways, so I don't need green finance if green finance expects similar returns. Was an interesting challenge that I would like to share with everyone. So I think that was the key question mark. Can finance play a bigger role by somehow changing the expectations for the right projects, for example, green projects? So,
thank you.
No, I mean, just picking up on that, right? So if we are to use a recycled wind blade for one of our projects, would we be incentivized, or in fact, would we be perceived as, an untested, relatively higher risk project? So in fact, our cost of funds would be higher. So I think definitely financing has an important role to play to promote new technologies and new ideas, new business models. So I think it's actually very important. And also, there is still, and picking up on your point, a big divide between, emerging versus developed world, right? Yeah. So still the funding sources comes from the developed world with their own views of how they think the emerging world should look like. And again, the reality on the ground is sometimes very detached from, and I think with what's happening geopolitically, we are seeing that very, harshly in today's world especially. I mean, you see, all of a sudden European leaders going to North Africa, Western Africa, trying to promote development of natural gas fields for their own source. So I think, so there should be a pragmatic way to look at the world, and I think about these tail events as we are facing today maybe. Also recognize that an investment in even traditional technologies today does not necessarily mean that until its end of lifetime, it will have the same footprint, carbon footprint. So again, to my earlier point, gas turbines will be able to burn hydrogen and probably initially blended and over time fully. Mm-hmm. So with certain modifications, so that shouldn't curtail, I think, building new such conventional plants in today's world if there are no viable alternatives. So I think, and I'm seeing with the recent geopolitical events, even conservative institutions are also looking at different ways to support, the projects in emerging markets in today's world.
Thank you. Before closing the session, maybe very last question to all of you, very quickly. What is your top one priority in your personal work, in your responsibility that you're going to implement, focus on circular economy?
Well, I guess I'll start. I work as a senior climate change specialist with the World Bank, so the main part of my portfolio is climate change, energy transition and decarbonization, and I work covering countries in the South Caucasus, and hopefully will also work on Turkey, given the commitment that Turkey has shown before the world last year with the nationally determined contributions, etc. The circular economy hat for me is, as a lecturer, I teach at the American University of Armenia, and I teach business and sustainability and natural resources and humans, and this is where I find that I personally can make a significant impact, is through students and educating them and constantly questioning the choices that they make as consumers, and then in the future as business owners or policymakers. So that's certainly something I'm exhilarated in doing, because I see that the future lies with the new generation that is a lot more excited and passionate about ensuring that moving forward we'll live on a greener planet.
Thank you, Irina. Emrah?
I think for me it's designing, identifying further these complex holistic solutions and finding the right players to implement those. So as a company, I mentioned, we already work with corporates a lot, but the way we work is mainly through collaboration. So we're bringing together different, what we call radical partnerships in different sectors to work on common problems, but not just corporates, but also working with governments and other critical stakeholders, which I believe is critical. And that's why I mentioned, so we're already doing this with likes of Unilever in India and some mining companies, etc. But I think this is relevant to all sectors and all critical value chains, and there's a lot more to do to find these right partners, to help them realize their big opportunities, and then work with the government to implement the right holistic policies to transform the complex value chain. So that is my priority and continue to be my priority, I think, going forward.
Thank you.
I mean, as a group, one of our projects is social projects. Is we are installing mini solar plants, let's say, at schools in eastern Turkey. So that's an area that we want to do further, because to your point, educating the younger generation, I think, is the anchor going forward. Personally, we have a roughly 2,000 megawatt of renewable energy investments that I need to find financing for. So that will be in the short term. The tangible action will be to supporting those projects, not just in Turkey, actually, in the region. So those will be my immediate actions, let's say.
Thank you very much, Irina, Emrah, Naci. Thank you very much. I invite everybody to thank our speakers. It's been a great session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of information. So we have Lunch it will begin at the Globe Restaurant at 12 p.m. So in the meantime, you can network in the foyer. But also would like to remind everybody that we're going to have a panel, EBRD panel number 1, Clean Energy Outlook for Central Asia and the Caucasus at 1 p.m., moderated by Aida Sidnikova. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be spoken in both English and Russian. Please remember to pick up a translation device at the ballroom door. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ida Sitkova, Director of Energy Eurasia, Middle East and Africa Sustainable Infrastructure Group from the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development.
Dear panel, please proceed to your places. Romeo. Well, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be part of this event. I think that we're on day 2, and the progress, the insights, the wealth of information, and sharing of experiences comes out as really valuable for participants, for financiers, for all stakeholders. So I encourage us to have another fascinating discussion following the ministerial, where we can take, and you take maybe on the issues discussed. And of course, it's issues of energy security and issues of climate change, the twin challenge, so to say. Before we proceed, and before I introduce the esteemed panel, a couple of housekeeping points. This session is on record. I would encourage everybody to go on social media using Twitter handles that you will see on the screen and the hashtag Clean Energy Outlook. We plan to have 15 minutes for Q&A session, so please stay tuned, and please, let's kick off. So I'm really delighted to be joined today by, and I read out the names of key policymakers in the key region of EBRD. So Mr. Sherzod Hojayev, Deputy Minister of Energy, Republic of Uzbekistan, Sarbon Khalmuhamadzada, Deputy Minister of Energy and Water Resources, Republic of Tajikistan, Romia Mikautadze, Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development from Georgia, Elnur Sultanov, Deputy Minister of Energy, Republic of Azerbaijan, Aynur Sospanova, Board Member of Kazakh Green Association, and really delighted to have a woman on this panel, and Mr. Taalaybek Tolubayev, Deputy Minister of Energy, Kyrgyz Republic. So the discussion today would be centering around the challenges that countries and region faces and how those challenges are reconciled, the energy security challenges, how those challenges are reconciled with the long-term decarbonization plans. Let me start with Georgia, please. Romeo, if you could maybe share your views, what
Yeah.
Georgia brings to the table at COP in Sharm el-Sheikh
Thank you.
in less than a month, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Atlantic Council and the EBRD, to organize such an important meeting, conference, and it's a good opportunity to discuss about very important issue. I represent my country, Georgia. I'm from Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, and why I mentioned about my ministry, because in Ministry of Economy collected many direction of economy, such as transport, IT, tourism, and trading, and many more. But of course, all this direction, if we are talking about how we develop this direction, need more electricity, more power. And of course, the dependence to energy sector, it's very high. And if we want to develop different sectors, the main issue is to develop energy sector. Without this, without development of energy sector, without development some clean energy and any direction in fields of energy, it's impossible to talk about how we develop another directions. In my country is a lot of potential of hydro, and now we are in close cooperation with the International Monetary Fund to make a new support scheme in energy sector. Support scheme which help investors, support investors to attract investment in energy sector. On this way, of course, it's very important to not only utilize your sources, but of course develop some connectivities with connections with neighbor countries and diversify not only generation objects, but of course the transmission objects. And I want to emphasize about a very important project. This is under Black Sea cable, submarine cable, which is now in a stage of development feasibility study, and Italian company prepare for Georgian government for our TSO owned by Georgia government feasibility study, and after this we will have more clear picture. But I'm sure it will be feasible, because if we see globally what's happening around Georgia, if we see trends in energy sector, gas prices, electricity prices, consumption, everything is increased, these all items give me a chance to emphasize this project will be feasible. And after this project, then we trying to find some financial closing. Yes, and I think it's good opportunity to your intention, EBRD intention, and of course all of IFIs to manage this process, because this new connectivity, this new connection with the direct connection, this is very important. Direct connection with the EU market, with the European market, is, I think, the most important project in our region, in region of South Caucasia. And of course, this project help with the new support scheme investors to attract investment in Georgia. We talk about generation, but of course we don't forget about energy efficiency. Energy efficiency also is very important issue, and we adopted several laws in our country, of course, according the EU regulations. And as you know, we joined in energy community 2017, and after this we take some obligations, and step by step we according to care this. And yes, political will also is very important, and if we conclude this three direction, I mean development of renewable energy sources. Second one is energy efficiency and adopted on the way of energy efficiency, of course. And the third is political will. I think my country and of course in your country also, I think same, more or less same situation. It will be our energy security, it's our economy security, and how can I call, but anyway, this is very important for each country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roma. You touched on a very interesting topic that I don't think we've covered extensively these 2 days. It's the regional connectivity and what it means for the scale up of renewables. First of all, intermittent renewables systems need to be balanced. Cross-regional connectivity will help with that. It's also, as you mentioned, it's the issue of energy security and actually ability and capacity to build more of renewable domestic sources. And of course, it's cross-regional integration, it's peace and it's trade and it's all pluses. So really a fascinating subject. Maybe we can develop more on it. Ainur, what is your thinking? What is the thinking of Kazakhstan, given Kazakhstan is plowing ahead with renewables built up? Maybe you could share what's the thinking of cross-regional coordination across the grid.
Если говорить про региональное сотрудничество по развитию
cooperation on development of renewable energy sources, I think that development of renewable energy is easier done as a region altogether. And for Central Asia, it's not only an issue of kilowatt hours, but also energy and water security issue. Since the situation is as following, in Kazakhstan, more than 70% of coal generation is present, but there are many territories where we can install renewables, and there is a huge political will towards this area. In Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, there is a huge potential on hydro power plants, and also there is gas-based generation, natural gas generation in Uzbekistan, and there is a policy on this in this area. We can say that we, as a Central Asian region, we can use this huge potential, and we can help each other to develop renewable energy sources. There are many good examples in Europe. For example, in North Pool energy system, they help each other and support each other in development of renewable energy sources. Why they could succeed, but we cannot? Of course, we can succeed as well. We only need the will of all of the countries that are part of our region, and we need a good feasibility study to be conducted to make sure we can demonstrate the basis for our work when we are speaking about which country is responsible for what and how much it will give to the economy of the country. And in this situation, in this case, not only in energy sector, but also in water issues, we will have a security. Thank you.
That, yes, cross-regional would be cheaper and easier to deployment of renewables. But are these renewables coming in Kazakhstan at scale that would need this cross-regional integration? Will we see gigawatts of renewables?
Kazakhstan is now, I can say as following. The history of Kazakhstan renewables started in 2009 when we adopted according law. Before we have determined in 2013 the tariffs, we had no investors. In 2014, we had the first project that was financed by the European Bank, and in 2014 and 15, we had a big solar power plant project, which was started in the south of Kazakhstan. And it was a breakthrough. At the moment, we have 2.2 gigawatts in our system as power plants, and also we have the same amount planned, and the tenders are already finalized and the contracts signed. At the moment, the Ministry of Energy is working on establishing a renewable energy zone,
And this is another mechanism. This is another mechanism when we have many gigawatts of renewable energy power plants installed in different parts of Kazakhstan. This is going to affect the tariffs for sure. And these are challenges not only to a political will, but also to the technical equipment, to the technical potential that we have, because the system of our national electricity, they will not be happy with such a volatile energy supply in the middle of Kazakhstan. But this is what the world best practices are at the moment, and we think that it will be much cheaper to have such gigawatt installed in our country. This system is going to be implemented, and it will be simplifying our lives.
Over to you, maybe this fascinating project, the forward-looking project connecting to Europe, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania. What's your outlook on cross-regional integration with keeping in mind the renewable scale-up?
Thank you very much, Aida. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are looking forward to that project, and we have gladly established this working group in Romania, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. The first meeting already held. And by the way, Azerbaijani side also has prepared an MOU for 4 countries. It's Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and Hungary also. Because we believe, of course, we are quite optimistic at the start. We believe that the current 1,000 megawatt line that our Georgian counterparts, colleagues are working on for the feasibility of might need some additions, given the huge, again, Caspian offshore wind resources that we have. I said the number, it's 157 gigawatts of energy when the total installed capacity in Azerbaijan is 20 times less than that. So, as we develop it, and again, we have, I mentioned before in our earlier panel, we have 710 megawatts in the pipeline, but we also signed 10 gigawatt to be developed by one multinational corporation. Another one is coming. And these projects also include, by the way, the production of hydrogen, the strategy of which hydrogen strategy is being prepared by EBRD, and we are thankful for that. We are going to be, of course, connecting the dots. So we believe that the resources are so huge, and again, given the energy prices in Azerbaijan, which are quite low, scale is needed to be able to attract investors, because we want to go with the current prevailing prices in Azerbaijan. So you have to increase the scale so that price goes down to the level that's acceptable for the government, and to the level that is acceptable without additional subsidies, right, premiums that is going to be paid by the government. But when the scale goes up, Azerbaijan alone is not able to absorb all that electricity, so we have to export part of that. Of course, storage technologies including hydrogen as storage would be crucial, but at the same time, without exports, it's not possible. So therefore, as I said before, parallel to our southern gas corridor, we are thinking about green corridor now. And one more important probably thing that my colleagues have alluded to, I want to build on that it's not just about exporting your excess green energy to in European direction. It's also about connectivity, because as you know, energy systems are more resilient as they are more and more interconnected. And the Caucasus is not the best part of the world in that regard. Regional conflicts plus Caspian Sea, we are grateful for the Caspian, for God, but still it creates some distances which doesn't facilitate interconnections. We have Iran and Armenia in one synchronous zone right now. Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Russia are on another synchronous zone. But the power of the lines that connect us is not enough to save each other in case something goes wrong. So this connection all the way to Europe will be important in that regard as well, right? So it will keep the whole system stable. In case something goes wrong, you can balance the system. And as you know, with the coming of the intermittent renewable energy, system stability becomes an even bigger issue. So in that sense, the importance of this project also should be looked at from that angle.
Thank you very much, Elnur. Indeed, you mentioned interconnection as a sort of enabling factor for scale-up of renewables and potentially going into green hydrogen. at some point. And this is a phenomenon that we're seeing a lot of hype about, but we're also seeing concrete projects emerging. They're not in gigawatt scale, but they are in our region, and we want to be able to finance them at some point. We're actually looking at financing some of them. So maybe over to Shizot, to you, Uzbekistan with its gigawatts, 12 gigawatts by 2030 of wind and solar. You have an outlook for green hydrogen as well. What does regional connectivity mean for Uzbekistan?
Thank you, Aida. Regional connectivity is very important. Maybe it's the most important point to the plans of Uzbekistan on energy transition. And I think we have already started these activities. Together with Tajikistan, we have an agreement to develop 2 hydro projects, and it will help us to integrate our systems to each other. And again, with Kyrgyzstan, we just about to sign an agreement to develop, jointly development, it's a 3 countries project, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, which is Kambarata hydropower plant with the installed capacity is 1900 megawatt. It is huge. Okay, switch off this. And since Uzbekistan has very strong interconnection, I mean the grid interconnected already between Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan and Kazakhstan, it would be very helpful for us not just to export and import electricity, but to keep unified grid sustainable. And of course, rely on this interconnectivity, we develop our program on renewables. As you rightly mentioned, we have very ambitious plans. I just want to bring some figures. If currently the renewables shares in overall electricity production in Uzbekistan is about 8%, we are planning to reach 25%, basically tripling the installed capacity by 2026. So it will be 25% of share. At the same time, we can see that the economy of the country is growing. It's about 6% per year, while electricity consumption is growing more than 10% per year. So it's quite challenging to keep this momentum, but at the same time to keep affordable prices for the electricity. In that sense, regional interconnectivity will help us, all of us actually, to keep prices lower than if we would go standing alone every system. And I'd like to thank all IFIs who are supporting us with this program, regional interconnectivity. And I think in the nearest future, we will get benefits and we can see that it will be even more helpful for not only to the power system of the countries, but also to the whole economy, because it will open new horizons for local manufacturers who can supply some goods to these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And we participate in the Uzbek power sector. We're trying to support, and we really look forward to those gigawatts coming online and the cross-regional system supporting these ambitious targets. So really, really well done. Moving on to Kyrgyzstan. Talay, you have a country which is heavily dominated by hydropower generation. What is it for Kyrgyzstan that would be benefiting from the cross-regional interconnection point of view?
Спасибо, Аида. Здравствуйте.
Thank you, Aida. Hello, dear participants. Thank you. I want to thank all the organizers of this conference. We in Kyrgyzstan, we are a very rich in water resources. We produce power energy, more than 90% we produce on hydro stations. For today, we consume up to 10% of water resources and huge stations, and 5% of resources we use, and small stations. Collective work in the region, for all of us, it is very a big advantage. We support each other. This is important. We also have an opportunity to use maximum of our resources. So for today, we work to increase the capacity of small hydropower stations and big hydro stations. For today also, we are working on this question with our neighbor countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, concerning building of power electric station 1, and with the help of investors, we are working on increasing the capacity of Kamaratinskaya power station 2. This gives us an opportunity not only of energy security, but it also gives us possibility for water regime. So it means that our future, or the future of our the future of our water and our water resources can be used by our neighbor countries. Concerning solar energy and GETRO, we have some works that we have done before. We are working on these questions this year, and we have accepted law, and we decided on tariffs on renewables, and that's why now we have increased hydro stations. We also hope that what we are doing today will help us in the future, will push us to support the green energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Talay. And what I'm observing, and I am from this region, is that we have countries which are fossil fuel dominated, and we have countries which are hydropower rich. And it's finding that balance through interconnectedness, through the energy water nexus I know you mentioned before, that is really important. I didn't mention, but the potential that utilized of hydros in Kyrgyzstan is just 10%. So much more can be built to support the cross-regional system. And a great example of cross-regional cooperation is, of course, CASA 1000. So we are going to Tajikistan, and my question is to Sorbonne on how can we have more renewables to support projects like CASA 1000, which is bringing clean energy of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan to northern Pakistan deficit region, and what's needed for Tajikistan to either scale up hydros or to go into non-hydros renewables? Please, over to you, Simone.
Thank you very much, Aida. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I would express my gratitude to Atlantic Council and EBRD for the organizing this impressive conference, and also would like to thank Turkey for the hosting this conference, for the traditional hospitality as well. Thank you for question, Aida. As you mentioned, that Tajikistan is very hydropower rich country. I would make you more surprised to announce that only 5% of our potential already obtained. Yes, we have a great hydropower potential, and today the installed capacity around 6,500 megawatts, but it is just 5% of existing hydropower potential. And it means there is a huge scope of cooperation in this way, and we are always open for cooperation, not only for the interconnection through the grids. We are open for the joint implementation and joint projects on hydro, which we are doing right now very successfully with our partners from Uzbekistan. We are now established a joint entity, Taos Hydro, which is it means that on the first step we are going to construct in total hydropower plants with installed capacity more than 320 megawatts, we are working on the fourth side right now, and this is the result of the very fruitful cooperation, neighborhood cooperation, I can say. Of course, the role of the regional transmission projects in this case is very great. For example, as I mentioned about project CASA 1000, this is really, I will find the linkage between the renewables, green energy, and CASA 1000. The CASA 1000 project starts from the Kyrgyzstan, come to Tajikistan, and goes to Afghanistan to Pakistan. What means the CASA 1000 project is fully green project. It makes, of course, the great sense for the social, for the economic development, for the Central South Asian countries, but it's fully green project because in Kyrgyzstan, about 90% of generation of electricity comes from the hydropower resource. In our country, the 95% comes from hydropower potential. It means this project is fully sustainable. Of course, for making this project, the interconnection around the renewables, Tajikistan makes the great efforts. Right now, we are on the process of rehabilitation of our hydropower plants. This is the Nurek hydropower plants with installed capacity 3,000 megawatts, Sarband hydropower plant, Kairokom hydropower plant, and the construction of the big hydropower plant, Ragun hydropower plant with installed capacity 3,780 megawatts. After the completion of the rehabilitation and construction of these projects in our country, additionally will arise and exist additional generation potential about 4,000 megawatts. And 17% of this potential will go for export. It means, how to say, there is the great and sustainable linkage between renewables and the regional cooperation. That's why we are always recognizing any interaction in this way. Of course, as my colleagues already mentioned about the project of reconnection to the United Central Grids, this is also our joint effort with our neighboring countries to bring more sustainability, to bring more, how to say, to increase our contribution for the mitigation of climate change negative effects, because still our contribution in this regard very huge, because the volume of our green gas emissions and of the world is still 0.0003%. It is very small volume, but we are going to achieve in mid-term period pure zero. And our, how to say, our plans more optimistic. Our plan is the medium term. We are going to reach these achievements till the 2013. But as we defined today, for Turkey, it is, for example, His Excellency Deputy Minister mentioned in his announcement, that statement that it will be 2053, the zero decarbonization should be achieved. But in our country, we are going to achieve this target more earlier. It was briefly about interconnection and how to bring renewables to regional cooperation.
Yeah, they're all interconnected, and indeed, some countries are blessed with having hydros. There are issues with that as well, of course, like climate adaptation and the melting glaciers and hydrology. But it's all, as we discussed at the ministerial, we're all together, and the regional interconnection should definitely help with that. And this is the theme in Europe and here, the Repower EU, the EU Green Deal, and maybe the Central Asian Caucasus region is slightly far out, but these are very important players still. So what do you think EU, MDBs, IFIs, financial institutions, private investment can do to help this region to realize its decarbonization targets while keeping in mind the energy security, of course? What's needed? Ainur.
Для того, чтобы реализовать планы по
the
развитию
plans
возобновляемых
on development of renewables on the national and on the regional levels. There should be a correct market built. Cost signals should be given not only to develop renewables, but only to integrate our energy system in more and more renewables. We have to develop digitalizations of energy system of the network, and here it is very important to have correct markets built. In Kazakhstan, we are discussing the possibility of balancing a market of power, to have one supplier, to have correct market of energy sources, and in case if investors will see that we have a support system of such projects, we have a stimulating tariffs and an infrastructure that allows to connect energy sources and develop networks themselves, then investors will come to any of these projects that from the side of state will be supported by market mechanisms. From financial institutions sides or international organizations side, we definitely need help to make this market definitely built in a correct way, and then we will be able to say that regional connectivity and regional cooperation in each country will be effectively working and function.
Okay, no, so it's for institutional capacity building, helping with the market design. Interesting. I mean, I'm taking notes throughout the 2 days of what the IFIs and MDBs have to deliver. Luro, what is your wish list?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Aida. Thank you so much. Yes, I think Europe is quite far, but as our experience, Azerbaijan's experience with oil and gas have shown, the farthest is not always the most costly one in the long run, right? So we had shorter options, shortcuts regarding oil and gas, and we were getting some lessons, lectures from some points that, you know what, take the shortcut, but we took a longer route, but eventually I think it has been proven that it's cheaper, right? Strategically speaking, economically speaking, eventually it has proven to be some of the best decisions we have ever made. So in that sense, I think distance should be, geographic distance should be added. We need to add to that some other factors, and then it kind of modifies our vision and shows that it may not be, it might be some of the most economic options actually, right, to get connected in that direction, because we have what we have. And unfortunately, besides the problems with connectivity, we are landlocked, which is also part of the problems with connectivity, right? Transportation-wise, we are not very much interconnected, and it creates its own problems. For instance, in Azerbaijan, regarding our offshore wind and solar projects, the only connection to the high seas, as you know, is Volga-Don Canal. And because of the war, there are new problems, and even that canal itself, it has huge logistical issues. So that creates all kinds of problems for the region. But still, to me, still we need to target what is the most optimal. And again, the most optimal is clearly pointing in a certain direction. And we are ready to go in that direction. And given the current prices, given the current situation, which seems to continue for a long time, we believe that economics will be there. Like connection to European markets might make sense. And again, as we talked about that, we are working on that. Second, to me, again, as we discussed during the first panel, ministerial, I think the place of gas should be clearly and consistently stated. What is it and how it's going to be supported beyond the demand, right? It's easy to say that we need it, but again, how are you going to support it so that it works? And this is also important. This is important for two reasons. First, natural gas, and mostly I believe in the region, including Azerbaijan, we are producing more than 95% of our electricity from natural gas. And as we add more renewable energy, the intermittency-wise natural gas power plants are very good in terms of responding to that intermittency. For system stability-wise, it's really important. Second, let's not forget that for regional states, mainly it's oil and gas that comes back and finances eventually our renewable energy projects. right? So in that aspect is also important for a country like Azerbaijan, for Kazakhstan. It will be important in that sense as well. So again, we remain optimistic, but given the hands that we have been dealt, it will be a difficult, challenging, but very interesting road forward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Noor. And again, I'm hearing the need for consistency with respect to gas role as a transition fuel in some of these countries. The gas role as a almost like financing source for the scale up of renewables. We are very happy to be financing 230 megawatt with Masdar in Azerbaijan, your first utility scale, which we congratulate you on. You touched on one aspect we didn't discuss is the disruption of supply chains and how it's impacting basically scale up of renewables in this region, not being even part of Europe per se. And I think, I mean, the collectiveness, the collective approach and response we see as a all hands on deck approach could be part of the solution. And of course it takes, I mean, we are to some extent at the mercy of the geopolitics, but we can do what we can do, and it relates to financiers, to lenders, to insurance companies, to private developers who are coming into your region. But it's indeed a very big and interesting issue. So yes, it's great to have interconnections, it's great to scale up renewables, but if you can't get your, I don't know, wind turbines in time, it is a problem. Moving on to Uzbekistan, what can we do for you? Well, and when I say we mean wide AMDB community, private investors, commercial banks. Over to you, Shazad.
Thank you, Aida. We have developed our concept up to 2030. Regarding to that, power sector of Uzbekistan requires 20 billion investment in the nearest 8 years. We have confirmed 8 billion of them. We have already signed contracts with IPPs, and more than 60% of which renewables. The remaining 40% is new gas-fired power plants, which will come in the place of old retired units. But still, there is 12 billion to be confirmed, and it's huge investment, of course. And it is very important to prepare overall country strategy and legislation, which is maybe most important part of our work, to attract this investment. And thanks to IFIs, we have started this work 3 years back. And with the support of EBRD, we have prepared a new electricity law of Uzbekistan. With support of World Bank and other IFIs, we have prepared market rules. Currently, we at the transition point from the former vertically integrated monopoly, which we used to have, Uzbek Energo Company, which was currently unbundled, to the merchant wholesale market. And since market rules are already prepared, since electricity law is already prepared, we need your support, I mean IFI support, to implement all of this. And of course, capacity building of power sector is also very important, both for Ministry of Energy and our state-owned companies. But also, what is very important to maybe, of course you do that, to promote Uzbekistan as a country who has very big ambitions to develop not renewables only, or not as a country who wants to be a leading country in the region in the energy transition part, but also as a country who has very strong view on overall investment in their economy, in our economy. And the power sector is, you know, only the part of the economy. We would like to show to all potential investors that bringing investment in power sector, it's first maybe initial step. We just want to show to all other potential investors that there will be sustainable power supply which is very important on affordable prices. And it's the right time to invest in Uzbekistan, especially to industry. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, that was a great pitch for Uzbekistan, and I think this is the country that took off about 3-4 years ago, and it's been moving at the speed of lightning. It's amazing things that happened, including the unbundling of the vertically integrated utility, scaling up renewables. So really, really well done. And of course, it was the first country where EBRD developed the low carbon pathway for the power sector, which sort of sets the frame of how things are moving. Moving on to Kyrgyzstan, Talay. I know there is a hydrology issue. There is an issue of affordability. Where do you think the financing part fits? What's needed on your side, but where we can help, where commercial banks can help, and developers? What would be your plea?
Thank you, Aida. In our republic, we have mountainous regions, and we have a lot of oil and gold there, also other minerals. But we need electricity to produce those, to extract those. We need electricity in any case. We have an opportunity to produce clean electricity. Yes, to build an HPP, we need a financial institution's support. As of today, there are many preparations done in this area. Not only Kambaratynskaya HPP1, but also Kazamanskaya and other cascades are also being developed at the moment. Today, the most important problem is attraction of investments. If we will have investments, we will have construction and we will have electricity. These all are interrelated. To attract investors, we have already made some changes, amendments in our tariff policy, especially the tariffs for renewable energy sources. There are some institutions that are more interested in this area, and we are also interested in this area to develop these projects and implement them. As of today, without electricity production, we cannot imagine our everyday life, because everything is related to electricity. Regarding the issue of natural gas production, at the moment we have started our studies on natural gas production, and there are some investors who want to cooperate with us. In any case, we cannot stop. We should work on these issues. We're ready to cooperate with all the financial institutions to make sure we implement our projects.
And on the EBRD side, I can confirm that we stand ready to continue working with the Kyrgyz authorities on establishing a functional regulatory framework and really scaling up non-hydro renewables and probably small-size scale hydros. Thank you very much. Salman, over to you. Where do you see our role from MDBs, maybe commercial banks and investors?
Thank you very much, Aida. Since this diversion, I mean the development of big projects, non-hydro projects from renewables, for us the new diversion, we are addressing the main role for our development partners and for the international finance institutions, because we have by this support to go through this transaction period, because we need, how to say, our partners has the successful for experience in other countries. To bring this example for our country, it needs, of course, our interaction and our cooperation. Right now, as I mentioned, we are give to them the main role, and with the support of our development partners like UNDP, this year we developed the program of the renewable energies and the construction small hydropower plants, and for the period 2023 to 2031, this is around the increasing installed capacity more than around 800 megawatts, but mainly 700 megawatts. This is from the non-hydro renewables, mainly from solar and also wind projects should be realized for this period. And by the support, this document right now under the submission with the government of the Republic of Tajikistan. After the adoption, this project will be the guidance for all our investors, for all our partners for making the new steps and for going forward on and to move on. Of course, right now, for example, we are fully feeling the interest and support of our partners, international finance institutions, as also EBRD, the part of this interconnection. And right now we are working about the development, the 200 megawatts PV solar panels in the north of our country with World Bank, development 100 megawatts PV solar panels with Asian Development Bank, about additional 100 megawatt with EBRD. It is, how to say, the direct answer to your question, what you can do for us. You are already doing, you are already the part of this process. Right now, and also we are considering the construction of the 10 megawatts solar PV panels in the two parts of our country, in the east and the north, with our Korean government. Therefore, all of these partners supporting us in this way, and right now, mainly we are on the stage of preparation, pre-feasibility studies, because as I mentioned before, for Tajikistan, this is the new trend, you can say, I mean non-hydro renewables, and now on the stage of preparation, the feasibility documents. After the preparation and the finalization of these documents, we are going to attract also the investment from our development partners, and also together go through the realization of these projects for development and also till the commissioning. And in this regard, we are already has been signed some agreement regarding the export of these renewable energies from hydro. Also, the power purchase agreement already signed with our country, with Uzbekistan, and this is under the consideration in the, how to say, in the stage of the signing with the Kazakhstan. It means that we bring renewable to our country and makes it, how to say, force it to make sense for all of the region. That's why the role of our partners, EBRD as well, in our strategy, in realization of our strategy and the achievement of our targets is really significant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. And I have to say it's a really great panel. Before we move to questions from the audience, just to say big thank you. You are excellent representatives of your countries making the pitch to the audience with all the renewables, megawatts and gigawatts coming online. By the way, there are Kazakh auctions to be announced in November. Just a little plug there. So on this note, we are approaching the time of questions from the audience. No, I don't see any questions. It's been such an exhaustive, full and comprehensive delivery. So, oh, there's a question. Anna, please.
All your intervention, and I will highlight just one aspect that has been missing in our previous conference, the role of hydro. Hydro, small hydro, but hydro in general. And I have been positively surprised by the potential that you have explained to us that there is in your region, first. And second, by this willingness to interconnect. I think that these are the two takeaways. But my question to you is, how does hydro work when we see the Rhine, the Rhine you cannot circulate, one of the big rivers in Europe that is almost dry in summer. How are you addressing this new period for hydro?
It's an excellent question.
Okay, since our country is more in touch with this issue, I'll try to answer for your question. Of course, you are fully right. The negative impact, negative effects of climate change rising in front of our country, a big challenge. You are fully right regarding that the global warming and makes all of our forecast system unpredictable. For example, on the past we could estimate, for example, how much the scope of the water for this river will come, for example, for the every different months, for example, for winter time, for the summer, for the it make our life more easy because it was predictable, it was possible to manage all of our hydro potential. But right now we have the same problem. For example, in the some months we are in 2019, it was really dry season for us. We even interrupt the export of electricity before the planned period for our neighborhood countries, because this was even to our approximately per year we are exporting about 3 billion kW hours electricity to Afghanistan and to Uzbekistan. But in 2019, we interrupt the export of electricity despite all of our agreement more earlier than the estimated period, because it was impossible to continue our cooperation in that way, and it makes it was a great challenge. That's why we are always talking about the glacier melting process. We are talking about the flood season processes. It makes our, for example, the only way in this case which I found, this is cooperation. Integration with the regional integration and cooperation with the regional countries. There is no any way to manage this problem. For example, in the dry season, it's good the possibility to import electricity from the countries where is the significant portion of the electricity comes from the fossil fuels. And for the flood season, we can export back. This is the way of the cooperation in this way. But as you mentioned about the role of the small HPP, we are looking for the small HPP we have the same problems, but the scope of the problem is they are also small. It's more easier to manage this process for the small HPPs. For example, in our country we use around maybe 300 small HPPs for the remote areas. The role of the small HPP for development of remote areas is very big. It helps, for example, for the development of social, for the livelihood, for the development, the manufacture, small manufacture in the zones. In this case, we are able to manage more, much better. It's to manage, but in the case of the big HPPs, it makes for us also big challenge. It's only the way of the, making this process a little bit, mitigate this process is interconnection and the regional interconnection. There is no any ways. Thank you.
I would just add something on top of that. I think it's the right time to bring latest technologies on construction of HPPs. For example, in Uzbekistan, we realize this issue that in dry seasons it will be very challenging to produce electricity on HPPs. That's why it's the right time to bring latest technologies, and the target is the increasing of, not the increasing of capacity of these HPPs, but the increasing of value of these HPPs. So of course they will be operating as a complementary to other sources, but this, this portion of electricity should cost much higher. And that sense, it will be more attractive for investors to bring latest technologies to construct new HPPs based on that technologies. Because if we look to the future, maybe 30, 40 years period of time, it's obvious that there will be less water in mountains. And the latest technologies, it's the only way to add more value to these HPPs. And in that sense, we already started to cooperate with champion companies around the world who has such a technologies, and we are about to sign a new agreements to develop such a projects in Uzbekistan, including pump storages. Thank you.
Thank you. And I mean, I'm learning new things talking through this sort of panels, because the hydrology risk is a risk that lenders like EBRD are now actively taking account of whenever we are doing hydro projects. I mean, this is a big, so thank you, thank you. Any more questions from the, yes, please, Gianpiero?
Thank you. I'm Gianpiero Nacci from the EBRD. You've been talking in a number of important enablers to support the transition. You know, talked a bit about the importance of strengthening, you know, the grids, the regulation, etc. What about the social implications, particularly when it comes to areas which are, you know, dependent on economic activities linked to the fossil fuel industry? So how do you see this problem, and how you see the social acceptance, and what you think can be done to support, you know, the transition of jobs, you know, towards more green activities? Thank you.
Ainur, would you like to take this question? I know it's not an easy question. We never have easy questions.
Спасибо за вопрос, очень интересный, глобальный. Один из тех вопросов, которые лица, принимающие решения, всегда держат в приоритете, поскольку понятно, что стоимость киловатт-часа электрической энергии
when we rise the tariffs, it's another different and difficult topic, but we have to separate those. On one hand, any produced electricity, whether it's on a coal power plant with all the ecological environmental standards, or it's a renewable energy source, or hydro power plant that was constructed just recently. If we compare these three, we can say that nowadays, even Kazakhstan, wind and solar power plants, they may be competitors to coal-based power plants, if we're speaking about the new ones, because the environmental code is to be implemented in our country, and all power plants should be in line with those rules. Also, we have some quota for CO2 emissions, and also CO2 emission is going to be expensive in the future. It's not as expensive at the moment as it is planned to be. $20 to $60 will be the cost in the future per ton of CO2. Also, it is a great opportunity for renewable energy sources, because renewable energy source power plants can use this money to invest, because they will not be paying for CO2 emissions. Considering administration of our president and the government, we understand that the tariffs will be increasing every day. It will change the competition in different sectors of economy, which were based on cheap energy. On the other hand, there are households who consume electricity, and there are social vulnerable groups, and we have to protect those groups. It's on one hand, but on the other hand, there is a group of consumers which I was talking about yesterday, such as steel producers and mining companies. They use brown energy, and they will have to pay for this, and their competition strength will decrease if they will use brown energy. They will need green energy too to be competitive on the market. Yes, the tariff will be increasing, but the quality of the electricity the quality of electricity should also increase. When we're speaking about quality, we're speaking about green energy.
Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you to the audience. It's been very insightful discussion. It is also my pleasure to introduce and announce the next panel, which will be moderated by a dear colleague of mine, Grzegorz Zieliński, who is Director for Energy Europe, our sister team. His team is at the front line, if I may say, of the energy security issues in Europe and the Balkans. And I wish you a great panel, Grzegorz, to you and your panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As introduced by Aida, I'm heading the Energy Europe team, which covers the European countries of operation of the EBRD. That's some 20 of them, going from Greece in the south all the way up to Estonia in the north, but also including Ukraine and Moldova. We're going to have a much more sort of focused discussion, just two panelists and myself. And I would like to apologize and explain myself that this is going to be a male-only discussion. We really tried our best to attract a female speaker, and we were very, very close to have someone with us today. Unfortunately, that hasn't materialized, so all I can do now is to pledge to you that we'll try much harder and do better next time round. With that, I would like to introduce my two esteemed panelists, His Excellency Nasser Nerudeni, Minister of Environment, Physical Planning of the Republic of North Macedonia. Please join me on the stage, please. And the second guest, Mr. George Niculescu, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Energy of Romania. Please. Thank you. Right. Just to remind everyone, this session is on the record, and I would like to encourage everyone in the room, but also those following us online, to engage and use our social media channels at hashtag Clean Energy Outlook, and you see the details on the screen now. One of the very last words of Aida when she was leaving the stage was making a comment about the differences between the two regions. And I tend to agree with her, the fact that a number of countries in the region I cover are already the well-established EU member states, put them in a slightly different context of the policy and the push for the advancements of renewables. But I think the key point here is that for both North Macedonia and Romania, this is not the beginning in any way of renewable energy journey. And that journey is linked to a number of pledges and ambitions that have been formally committed to in the past. I would like to start with that question about targets and challenges. North Macedonia has committed to a very, very ambitious decarbonization targets. And in a way has set up a good example for the countries in the region to follow. The super ambitious paths. So my question is, what are the main challenges for the implementation of North Macedonia's NECP goals, and how do you view these challenges now in light of the ongoing energy crisis? And obviously, that questions go to you, dear Minister.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here. I'd like to thank, first of all, the Atlantic Council and EBRD and our host, Turkey, for inviting us to this forum, this panel. We are ambitious. We've made an ambitious. We have ambitious targets, and we're actually still continuing to be dedicated to those. You mentioning us being maybe role for the region. First of all, I'd like to explain that the Republic of North Macedonia, we like to say we are small, compact, but full of surprises, and we'd like to actually be one of the countries which wants to be more ambitious. Our targets are based on the NDC to the Paris Agreement, are decreasing the greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by 2030 compared to the 1990 levels, and considering that we're also part of Europe, we want to, of course, be targeting for the carbon neutrality of 2050. This hasn't been done, of course. First of all, I'd like to openly say it wasn't a decision we took very easily. Of course, I, as the Minister of Environment and in charge of the strategy for the future on energy, was arguing that we have to pass it. There's certain investments that need to be made. Quite a bit of it will have to come from the central budget. However, the rest actually can be stimulated in the private sector. And we think if you stimulate the private sector, we have created 63 different measures which are implementable. And one of them, for example, of course, we all speak about it, energy efficiency. As we all say, the cheapest and the cleanest energy is always the one you don't use. So we need to invest in energy efficiency. However, unfortunately, as you mentioned, the challenges are not only long-term. We will remain dedicated to these targets. However, the imminent future is unfortunately a lot more challenging than the 2030 targets. We're facing a winter and potentially a couple of years of further disruption. We unfortunately, even though we have these ambitious targets, we're unfortunately using more coal now than we used in the past, and unfortunately we have to. However, though, that doesn't mean we're actually deviating away from the strategy of diversifying our energy resources. We are not only investing ourselves, we're actually supporting the foreign investments to be invested into renewable energy. These targets, we've actually thought about the 1.5 degree. We have to keep to these targets. I think, especially in the Western Balkan region, the last few years we've seen floods, fires, which unfortunately in the past we were speaking about mitigation. Now adaptation has become a reality for all of us. So the problem with the fact is now we've accepted that it's happened, and it's happening. We need to prepare ourselves for the future. And when we speak about adaptation, of course, it's not the easiest debate you want to have with the Ministry of Finance, because they see it as a cost. We see it as a cost prevention. We call it a damage prevention in the future. These targets will have to be kept. We will do our part. As I said, we're small, compact, but I think what's actually more important, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, I think one has to be realistic that the Western Balkans are countries which have not gone through the whole full industrialization cycle, whereas certain developed countries have. And in this instance, I think it is very important that the developed countries need to support the developing countries to achieve these targets. We're speaking about technologies which are costly. However, though, if there is a share of technology, we might be able to actually decrease the costs for us. And when we speak about investing into renewable energy and moving away from the conventional energy sector.
I would like to probe you a little bit on a few things you've mentioned earlier. You've mentioned private sector. I promise to come back to that a little bit later during our discussion. But you also mentioned energy efficiency. Now, we've heard a lot about renewables over the last 2 days. We've heard a little bit about energy efficiency as well. And I wouldn't like to make it a technical discussion in any way. But what do you think the policymakers could or should do to promote energy efficiency among the average people? I mean, someone who is the, a usual consumer of energy in terms of household consumption. Are there any real-life examples that you can bring up from North Macedonia by any chance?
Of course. I mean, the thing as you said, I think a lot of the countries in the Western Balkans have, unfortunately, older infrastructure where energy efficiency was not really being viewed upon when they were built. Now, what we're doing, we're actually subsidizing investments in the insulation, which is a key. However, though, what we did recently is we changed the rule book in our country that if you put up to 6 kilowatts of solar photovoltaic panels on your rooftop, and if you're overproducing from your needs, you're going to be allowed to sell it into the grid again. This is for the homes. Of course, as I said earlier, there's also subsidies when it comes to using the heat pumps, which are a lot more energy efficient. And for the small and micro enterprises, we're doing the same thing. From the 40 kilowatt are allowed to be resold into the grid again. These are the key little things. However, though, I think what we need to do, and maybe it's not just in my country, we need to be more, raise an awareness to the citizens that these investments are not costs. They are initial costs, but they actually are gains in the medium to long term. These are to their benefit. However, though, we need to find a mechanism how they can finance it, because the ones that have the most energy inefficient homes, unfortunately, are the ones that are mostly economically challenged in that sense. So the idea is to actually step up with higher subsidies for that category of the economic, or that society level, so to speak.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more. You mentioned heat pumps, super exciting subject, well talked about across Europe these days, but we need to move on a little bit, and I would like to jump over to our second panelist, and in the context of the ongoing discussion about the acceleration of renewables, I would like to make a very quick return back the memory lane a decade or so, when Romania was embarking on the renewables path, and was one of the few countries back then that decided to introduce a green certificate system for renewables. Now, my native Poland did the same. We had mixed experience with this system, but I understand that these days Romania is working on the new support system for renewables based on contracts for difference. So I would like to ask you about those policy measures, which may include the CFD auctions. What is the current level of advancements of that work, and what is the expected size of the renewable energy investment that are supposed to be delivered under the new CFD system that is about to be introduced?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, let me say hello to the audience, and again, thank you very much for the invitation to participate on behalf of the Ministry of Energy from Romania. Indeed, 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, we introduced a support scheme based on the green certificates that at that time supported investments into renewable. This is why we have the biggest onshore wind project in southeastern Europe. It's a 700 megawatt installed power wind capacity that is producing energy in the Dobroja area of our country. An important investment, and several other investments were attracted by this support scheme. We saw that this support scheme worked until the level of not being so much interrupted. There has been many legislative changes in the support scheme framework, and this is why several years we did not see an appetite for investments in our country. What the CFD does...
Do you think, sorry for jumping in, but do you think there is a lesson learned that others can benefit from?
This is why I'm saying this, because we have to learn, and this is why CFD is going to be able to provide a more stable and predictive framework for investors. As you all know, we work at this together for this implementing this framework. So we're hoping that in 2023 we'll have the first auction for capacities financed through the CFD system. We are looking to increase our shares of renewable, and we are very ambitious in doing this. If we easily reached our target in 2020, the target was for our country 24% of renewable from the total consumption. We are aiming to increase this by 2030 at more than 30%. So this means that we have to add around 7 gigawatts of installed power only in renewable capacities. Very ambitious plans. Let me say that not only from the CFD we will finance these investments. We have at our disposal the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which has a total budget of 1.6 billion euro for the energy sector, and we just launched a call for projects for 950 megawatt, in which which will be financed through a support scheme of around 475 million euro at the disposal of the investors. And next year we'll launch also the modernization fund, which will be a very generous fund with budget up to 1.2 billion euro per year, available budget for investments in low carbon emission generation capacity, so renewable also will be very much interesting from the point of view of the investors. These are efforts that we are deploying into easily and smoothly phasing out coal on our path to the green transition, and on our path, because my colleague talked about floods and fires, and along the path to decouple the economic growth that Romania is securing in this period nowadays through the emissions of carbon. So we want to maintain this economic growth, but decouple it with emissions, and this can only be done with green technologies.
You've already mentioned some EU funding, and I actually wanted to come back to that a little bit later, but maybe I can sort of bring forward that question. Romania, being the EU member state for a number of years now, has the access to EU funding that is not necessarily available to other countries in the region. What's your lessons learned in terms of effective utilization of those funds and making sure that the strategy that is the basis for making these funds available is getting the right buy-in from the politicians, but also from the society in Romania?
Our job is to provide a stable environment, a healthy environment for investments. And I think that through this mechanisms, we should be able to achieve this and to provide for the investors the stable framework and predictability in order for them to have their mind only on their gaining back from their investments. For our energy system, of course, this is a boost, because in our process of trying to find solutions in the energy crisis and the high prices of energy, and every investments in new capacities of producing energy, I think, in my opinion, is the healthy way in reducing the bills of energy. And of course, we have to put in the center of our energy system the consumers, because without the consumers, even if we talk about domestic consumer or non-domestic consumers, any other investments will not be of use.
We have had already a lot about the role the gas is going to play in energy transition. And I think it would be interesting to hear from the Romanian perspective about gas. But I think it's even more interesting and tricky, in a way, to ask that question to a minister representing North Macedonia. Now, we've heard earlier during this conference about the project of building the interconnection between North Macedonia and Greece. What is your view on the role of gas in the decarbonization of North Macedonia, but also region in general? And why gas still does matter in your country?
Well, little did we know a few years ago when we decided that we're going to invest a lot of money into the gas network in our country. Well, actually, did we know that the crisis that's happening today is going to happen? However, though, gas still does matter, and it will matter for the future. We openly saying we rely 100% on Russian gas. We have. Currently, we're vying for other options. We're trying to secure gas from our neighboring countries or through the network, the grids that we have. We have currently the interconnector with Bulgaria. is the only connection we have, and that's how we used to receive the gas until now. We are going to build we're actually going to build, we're in the final phases, hopefully going to sign the agreement latest by the end of the year with Greece to build the interconnector between us and them. It's planned to take approximately maximum 2 years. We're hoping that we'll finish it before the winter of 2024. We are also co-investing in a LNG port in Alexandroupolis in Greece to secure the quantities of gas for our own country. I think it's a must. To actually give you an oversight of my country's energy production facilities. We are net importers of energy, of electricity as well, unfortunately. We've had a good relationship with the neighbors, so we've had a balanced collaboration with them. Approximately 70 to 75% we produce ourselves. Unfortunately, of that 70 to 75%, we use coal. We have committed to actually decommission those coal-fired power plants. Initially, the plan was between 28 to 29, but latest 2030. Unfortunately, with the events that are taking place now, we are moving it back by 2030. That falls in very strategically very well for us because we're going to actually utilize all the potential lignite we have in the next 7 years or so in our country. But gas is a must if we want to transition away from coal, achieve the targets that were set for 2030, and if we're going to end by 2050 to go carbon neutral as the rest of us. Regionally, though, it is important for every single one of them. Maybe Serbia is joining on board. We're actually yesterday, apologies, our delegation was in Belgrade discussing the potential interconnector between North Macedonia and Serbia. Because the interconnector with Greece is going to have a capacity of 2.8 BCM. We don't need to utilize all of it. We could be a transit country for them as well and a potential future source. However, because you mentioned for the region, I think the key here is when we're speaking about energy strategy, and we're speaking about countries like mine and other countries in the region which were smaller and don't have a population of, I'm not going to even try and compare ourselves to Romania, it's a different country and different size, we need to create a regional energy strategy. We have different needs at different times, at different seasons. We shouldn't actually be concentrating on ourselves. Yes, we should be concentrating on not having one source, being dependent on one source, which can get that source can be disturbed like we have it today, and now we're all running around trying to find other potential sources. However, if we create a regional strategy in the country, in our region, between Serbia, Albania, Montenegro, Bulgaria, and Greece included, these are EU members and EU candidate members, I think we're going to be better equipped for the future to actually be better prepared when we do have these, should we have future shocks in the future. And it's a must that we have come to an agreement, because if one thinks that North Macedonia is going to invest a lot in gas, just for us as a market, economically it's never that viable. If we do it because we know that Kosovo will be joining us maybe tomorrow, or Serbia will be connecting to our grid, we see it as economically viable. And the same thing goes for solar, of course, because we need to create a proper balancing of the renewable energy in the region.
That's a great line on the cross-border cooperation, collaboration, joint strategy, etc. I mean, we're all facing similar challenges, and doing it together makes perfect sense. Now, I wouldn't like to be too rude, so I want to go back to my gas question and ask Mr. Niculescu about not necessarily the domestic gas production potential, but what you do in Romania in the context of practically marrying gas and renewables. And I'm sort of thinking about the Oltenia transaction, Oltenia deal. Would you be able to share with us a little bit more details about this particular transaction and how it can, in a very efficient way, address the issue of decarbonization and expansion of renewables, please?
Actually, this is part of the phasing out coal I was talking earlier. Phasing out coal and replacing these installed capacities of coal burning with gas turbines, and Oltenia is one of these examples. Actually, Romania, you should know, that is the second largest producer of natural gas in the European Union. We are producing more than, or around 80–85% of our total consumption, so we are depending on imports for only a small quantity of natural gas. We are fortunate regarding this aspect. In June, we started the production in a gas deposit in the Black Sea operated by a foreign company, Black Sea Oil and Gas. This will add to our production 1 billion cubic meter per year, so it's more stability for our. I'm making an overview, and then I will be resuming to your question, hoping that we will be able to start the production in the Neptune Deep deposit in the Black Sea, which is very large, and in collaborations with the company OMV Petrom and Romgaz, the national company of gas from Romania, we will start producing gas also from this deposit. Coming back to your questions, of course that these quantities of gas that Romania possesses should be used for internal use, of course, in a way to finance this transition to a greener economy, but also to provide to the, because we were speaking about collaboration, I think that through the interconnectors that Romania possesses, Romania can become a regional player in the gas sector. Oltenia is making good steps in switching this coal-producing facility to gas, and not only gas, we plan to put in Oltenia also renewable. We are speaking about 750 megawatt of photovoltaic project. So coupling together gas with renewable seems nowadays a good combination in order to secure our energy system in Romania.
And I think this transaction really has a potential of becoming a European landmark, not just for the reasons you've mentioned, but also because it's being constructed on the side of the decommissioned coal mine. So a just transition element is hugely important and impactful as well.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. And well, I've promised early on during our discussion that we will spend a little bit of time on private sector investments in renewables. I think, and we do talk about it with AIDA from time to time. One of the very visible differences between the two regions we respectively cover is that in the European region we tend to work much more and much more often with private sector to pushing the renewables. So I was just wondering that in the context of North Macedonia, I mean, what are the important factors for attraction of investors, private investors, foreign investors to renewables, which, by the way, seems to be absolutely necessary for ability to meet the ambitious goals that we've discussed earlier. So how do you want to attract, or what are you doing to attract private sector investors?
I think we need to, first of all, be more open, transparent, and business-friendly, as you want to call it. We ourselves, we know that we have a certain capability or capacity to invest ourselves. I mean, we have a few agreements with EBRD where we're investing our own state-owned company, energy producer. ESM is investing into photovoltaics. We've built already 10 megawatt. We're looking to the next 30 to be built with financing from EBRD. However, at the same time, we know that our needs are a lot larger than that. One of the main projects that I'm going to talk about is the hydropower plant on the Black River, as it's called. The name is Chebren. Unfortunately, my country in the past has not been successful in placing this on the market. This year round, we've actually gone approached it differently. Actually, no, sorry, over the last 3 years, because this process has actually been for 2 years. This is a PPP agreement with the international company. We had 8 very large international companies who showed interest, and some of them actually put an offer in at the end. We will actually step in there as a joint venture partner with an international investor. We're trying to create the possibilities. We know that it's a must for us to have the investors, the private sector. We ourselves don't have the appropriate funding to do that, nor do we have the and our debt to GDP, of course, is actually raising as everyone else's is raising. So the idea is actually to sit down there. So we have the PPP models, and in some other instances, we're actually going on tendering for PPAs, where we're offering state-owned land, we build the connectivity, and the idea is that we get to take the best offer on a price power agreement. This is what we are, I mean, as I said earlier, we're realistic. We know we're not going to achieve the targets ourselves, so we're actually being very supportive and open to speak to international companies, potential investors who have, I have to point out, the appropriate references, because we want actually to have companies which have the experience of managing the installations in the long run. Right now, as I said, the hydropower plant that we're looking at is going to, combined with our own contribution, will be over 450 megawatts per hydropower plant. Further on, we have a private company which is looking to invest up to 415 megawatt in wind power. And currently, we actually lined up, as I said, we have potential co-investments from the private sector for about approximately 800 megawatts in solar. Now, these might not sound big numbers when I'm listening to my dear colleague, the Deputy Minister from Turkey, who's talking in gigawatt, but for our country, these are very large numbers, and this is the way we're going to achieve our ambitions.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, agree, scale does matter, but has to be put in the context of the size of the country, the economy, etc. Now, one of the ways of scaling up renewables that is being talked about a lot recently is offshore wind. And no, I'm not going to ask that question
Unfortunately, we
to
don't.
a landlocked country, but in Romania, I mean, we see discussions of offshore in the Baltic Sea. We see, with the advancement of floating offshore wind technology, we see discussions in Greece, Albania, Croatia. In fact, in Greece, there's a very detailed work on putting together a framework for support of offshore wind. What's the view of Romania in terms of offshore wind and the potential it can bring for decarbonization of energy sectors?
Let me say that it's a huge interest for offshore wind, both from the government and from the authorities, and also from the investors. And to underline this, I want to say that I have been in Bilbao this year for the Wind Energy Summit, where I had the chance to see the latest technology and floating offshore wind and get in touch with companies that wanted to come to invest to Romania. Also went to Copenhagen in order to discuss and to see best practices in applying the legislative framework. And also I had the chance to discuss with companies that are interested in coming to Romania and investing this in Romania's offshore potential. And in this respect, we started to work on a draft of law for offshore wind, and we are working with the DG competition and with the World Bank, and we launched a roadmap for this draft of law 3 weeks ago, and we are making important steps in order to provide a health environment for investments in the offshore wind. The potential is quite important. A World Bank study shows a theoretical potential of around 70 gigawatts of installed power in the Black Sea. Measurements will have to be made in order to see not only the theoretical potential, but the actual potential. And through this legislative framework, and also CFD could be a mechanism that will finance this kind of investments. Of course, one of the challenges is how we will take the energy produced in the Black Sea and transport it where it needs to be consumed, because also in Dobroja area already we've seen that we have limitations. It is a very good wind potential this area, both onshore and offshore, so congestions may occur. This is why Transelectrica benefited yesterday of around 425 million euros from the modernization fund. The contract was signed yesterday in order to strengthen their capacity of transporting energy. And the challenge is to keep up with the investments in renewable and offshore, in wind offshore, with the investment in transporting. And one of the solutions may be cable that will provide this type of energy from the Black Sea to where it needs to be consumed. We talked about this earlier with the partners from Azerbaijan and Georgia, and maybe this one can be added to the production that Romania already have and will have in the near future.
We probably won't have time to go deeper into it, but that's another fantastic story and potential for acceleration of renewables and decarbonization of energy sectors. Now, by the way, it's not all bad news for North Macedonia. I don't think there is much chance of you gaining an access to your own seaside, but as Bilbao was mentioned, I was actually there as well. I was really, really impressed to see a modern onshore wind turbines with a capacity of 7.2 gigawatts designed specifically for mid-wind conditions. And for me, who remembers, the first onshore wind project that EBRD financed donkeys years back with a machines that was just 800 kilowatts, this is like 9 times bigger machines. So advancement of technology is also on our side. We will see bigger, more efficient machines that will help us to get to where we need to be. Looking at the watch there, I think this is a time now to open the floor for questions. So if any of you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself with name, position, and affiliation. Please, gentlemen over there.
My name is Serdar Çetinkaya. I'm from the American Embassy in Turkey. Earlier we talked about the energy efficiency. Have you considered energy savings performance contracting? In the United States, the energy efficiency started with energy savings, and there are ESCO companies, which is energy saving companies. What they do is they study a plant, let's say, and they detect what are the best places to increase the efficiency. For example, changing electric motors, for example, changing water pumps or other things which could be replaced with more efficient electric motors or pumps. As a result, you come out with a saving. In a year, they may say, okay, you are paying so much amount of price for electricity or water, and if you do this project, you will gain about 20% savings. So if you promise to give that to us, we will do the project without you paying anything. And then as a result, you pay that difference to that ESCO company, and that company does the banking with the banks, and then come out with a project. So this is a way of, instead of subsidizing, you could do energy savings performance contracting by changing laws and regulations. I don't know if you've considered this kind of things in your countries.
Thank you. Okay, I'll start it off then, Ashley. We've gone even a further drastic step in energy saving. We've turned all the lights off in the office, by the way. Unfortunately, that's how far we're going in our country. Yes, because we have a serious scarcity when it comes to that. But actually, yes, we have. We've changed our laws to actually allow the ESCOs to be active in our country. And there are a few municipalities, and it's mainly the municipalities that are currently working together with some ESCO companies and are implementing them. Not all of them fully understand it yet, because it's a new concept for a lot of the mayors to actually understand what it means to sign over the public lighting or other kind of management. The next step would be potentially, but I'm not sure that is the step that we're not fully decided as a country yet. Do we give the public buildings to ESCOs as well? That's also another step. That's a step that's gone. I mean, I'm not sure if there's any countries that are doing that in public buildings just yet. But no, as in regards to the municipalities, public lighting, etc., we have already changed the laws to allow ESCOs to be active in our country. And we look forward to anyone who would be interested in that and would introduce them to our municipalities. Because unfortunately, the case in my country is we still use, we use the old lamps in some municipalities, and currently one of the biggest issues, which I'm sure a lot of other countries have in municipalities, the electricity bills are skyrocketing, and they do not know how to continue to manage the utility companies.
Also in Romania, due to the energy high prices, saving is a measure of controlling these energy bills. And beside the ESCO contracts, which we know very well, we have implemented as measures of energy efficiency a program called Electric Up, in which we are providing for 100 kilowatt installed power of PV panels around 100,000 euro per company. So it is 100% financed for decreasing the energy bill by installing, and we have several measures like this. In order to reduce the consume, we put in the energy bill the concept of prosumer, and we very clearly specified that prosumers up to 200 kilowatt installed power should have the possibility to compensate quantitative their energy consumption with their energy production in order to facilitate their access to the grid and lowering the bills. And yes, we are making a lot of changes in order to put more of this energy efficiency into for population and for companies.
Thank you. Any other question from the floor, please? If not, or maybe there is going to be one in a second, I would just come with a very, very last question from my side. And I would like to go back to what Aida has briefly mentioned in the context of European Commission's interpretation of Repower EU and this big push on replace, renew and reuse. The renew, i.e. Pushing forward large-scale deployment of renewables, comes into a face-to-face collision with a number of issues. Availability of turbines and solar panels is one. Financing increasingly also is the subject that is being discussed. But one of the elements that I hear day in, day out from especially private sector renewable energy investors is the permitting. They say that the permitting in our region, and I'm not going to finger point to anyone, is generally extremely investor unfriendly. It takes, in certain countries, up to 10 years to develop an onshore wind farm with all the wind measurements, bird measurements, butt measurements, and grid connections, etc. Two quick questions. A, do you agree that this is really a concern? And if yes, do your governments believe that there need to be any actions or any concrete steps to address that concern?
Can I let the EU member speak first?
I would do the same, actually.
Of course, there is room for improvement. Of course, measures can be taken in order to cut down bureaucracy, but not only in permitting renewable. Bureaucracy is a problem not only in Romania, but all over Europe. It's the same problem, and all over European Union, may I say. So every member state is doing its own in order to cut down bureaucracy and providing access to permitting faster, because nowadays situation imposes a fast reaction to investments. It's not the case for Romania for a 10 years long permitting period. As I told you earlier, we have experience with permitting and investments in renewables. We did it quite in a fast way rather than other countries in the European Union, but of course there is room for improvement. It needs to be a general framework that comes not only for permitting in sense of energy, but also as a construction, because there are many aspects that are related to local authorities, which are providing permitting for construction, permitting for environment. It's not only the permitting for the energy use of that construction, of that building, it's also the local authorities that should understand and to reach out to the investors in order to cut down the bureaucracy.
I agree with my dear colleague. I mean, I can't speak in regards to the Repower EU because we are still on the side. As you know, we have been a candidate country for the last 17 years. Finally, this year we managed to hold our first IGC, which is, we're very happy that we're finally on the right path to the EU accession process. Yes, unfortunately, as my dear colleague mentioned, there's bureaucracy everywhere. There's red tape and a lot of things, because it doesn't just rely from the central government. There's also the local government that wants to deal with when it comes to the permitting. And unfortunately, sometimes certain self-governments don't fully understand the urgency, nor the fact that it has to be the importance of it. What we're trying to do is we're trying to actually cut what we can from a central government aspect. We're trying to cut some of the red tape in regards to permitting, and when it comes to solar, we're trying to make it as a temporary construction. It's not a construction anymore, to actually make a temporary construction, thereby making it a lot easier to receive the permits. When it comes to the wind, now, I think we all have experience with this, and as I said earlier, we became an EU candidate a while back, and we have harmonized quite a lot of our laws with the EU directives. Now you have the Bird and Habitats Directive, which obliges you to do a study for 12 months, which is only understandable considering we're looking at it from an environmental point of view. And sometimes, yes, investors want to get things done quicker. Unfortunately, the study itself will take 12 months. The evaluation will take even longer. And unfortunately, it's not just the bureaucracy created by the governments, but there are certain rules and regulations that the EU requests us to do it. And us not even being a member yet, I'm not criticizing, by the way, we want to be a member of the EU. What I'm trying to say is there are certain, well, it's not just in our countries, but it is the way the process has been created.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for these answers. I'm glad you went into the way of bureaucracy. That was a safer answer than anything else. But I think this is the element of renewable energy acceleration that really has to be looked into to help private sector to do their job. Very last chance to ask a question. But if nothing comes now, we'll have a chance to answer your potential question into one-to-one environment over coffee. So I would like to introduce you to a 30 minutes coffee break and ask you to be here at 3:30 for the next panel titled Clean Energy Technologies and Financing Mechanisms. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for my panelists. A round of applause for you. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ses deneme prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. İyi gibi. Teşekkürler.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Eser Özdil, non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council in Turkey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. I would like to thank to Atlantic Council as well as EBRD for organizing this very timely event. My name is Eser Özdil. I am non-resident fellow at Atlantic Council in Turkey. I would like to particularly thank to all the audience right now as being in the room in the second day, afternoon, and I'm trying to give you assurance that we will be try to very specific and talk on very concrete issues. So in the first panels, actually, most of the perspectives of the energy transition and clean energy technologies have been discussed. But right now, in this panel, we want to talk about the clean energy technologies with non-partisan perspective, as well as financing mechanisms. So in this panel, there are 4 esteemed panelists will accompany me. Libek, she has extensive experiences on clean energy technologies. She is Senior Director at Clean Air Task Force, and she is non-resident fellow at Global Energy Center of Atlantic Council. She has extensive experiences, and previously she helped companies to raise $12 billion on carbon capturing and carbon removal technologies. So second, we have Evren Evcit. He is the Director of Zorlu Solar and Foreign Investments. He directed of commissioning more than 300 megawatts of renewable projects previously, solar and wind. Now Zorlu is the biggest solar equipment, biggest solar equipment distributor in the country. So in the third, we have Özgür Kartal. He's the Business Development Director at IC Energy. They recently had a permission to commission 100 megawatts of solar in the latest YEKA tender in Turkey. So he is chairing the all renewable energy investments of the IC Energy. Last but not least, of course, we have Giampiero Nacci. If you want to have some money, please apply him after the panel. I know that everybody needs money in these days. He has 25 years of experience in the industry, and of course, he has extensive experiences throughout Europe and all around the region. So please join me, my friends, and let's start the discussion. I also would like to remind that this session is on the record. And please do not hesitate to use social media channels. You can use the Twitter like at AC_Istanbul or AC Global Energy and EBRD. So, by saying ladies first, as the only lady in the panel, actually, I would like to set the scene the first. So, Lee, you have very detailed experiences in all around the world, and you are working with cutting-edge technologies in the clean energy. So your hands are really in the kitchen, and you are working on it. So throughout your career, what are the 3 most challenging issues to decarbonize the global economies? What would you say?
Yeah, thank you so much. And let me start actually by thanking the Atlantic Council and EBRD, of course, for having us, for convening us for this really important conversation today. And yeah, I want to introduce quickly the Clean Air Task Force because we're a little bit of a non-traditional climate organization. We were started 25 years ago in the United States focusing on reducing emissions from power plants, but have since expanded to be active globally and really focusing on overlooked solutions, climate solutions, many of which have been discussed here. This includes nuclear, carbon capture, hydrogen, methane, also transmission infrastructure. And we're really excited to see what's happening in some places of the world on some of these technologies. But I think going forward, it's really, really important to remember that we need to first, of course, reduce the time it takes to scale these technologies, but also create enabling conditions in globally. So, okay, you asked me about 3 pieces that I would say are the most important observations on the energy transition. I think the first one is that decarbonization is really about systems transformation. Our primary energy demand is satisfied by fuels and electricity. And to really decarbonize, and keeping in mind that 95% of the emissions budget that's left to the Paris Agreement is already locked into existing and planned infrastructure, we really need to rethink how we're going to rewire our electricity system and also reimagine global fuels markets. And I think that systems transformation has not happened. Actually, when we're looking at Europe right now, with 50 billion euros in unabated fossil fuel infrastructure investments, we're seeing we have not transformed the energy system. And the second piece, I think what's really, really important is this recognition that each country or region will have a different suite of technologies for decarbonization, as well as a different speed of decarbonization. That's why we need to bring to scale all clean energy technologies, but also, you know, in the US and Europe, where I've been working a lot, we need to remember that a clean Europe, a clean US is not the end game, it's the beginning. I actually was just at a ministerial in Cape Town, and there the discussion is really focused on energy access and energy infrastructure as the first line of defense against the impacts of climate change, but also as a foundation for climate action. And then I think the final piece is climate is a hard infrastructure problem, right? I think we've heard it, 3 gigawatts of wind, 5 gigawatts of solar a year here in Turkey, 30 gigawatts of nuclear to 2050, 5 to 8 million tons of hydrogen production. This requires a lot of infrastructure. And so we need governments to really think about, plan, what is the kind of infrastructure we need to decarbonize, how we're going to mobilize investment, which is what we're going to discuss today, but also what's the workforce we need to actually deliver on this infrastructure, on these technologies. So I think this is kind of where we're focusing our work on, where we're looking to partner with government, with companies to really find solutions that work for decarbonization.
Okay, so I perfectly understood that the infrastructure is the key for decarbonizing the economies. But when we are talking about the infrastructure, of course, the companies are directly going to lenders in order to get the money and realize their projects, because whether it's a solar power plant or a hydrogen plant, these are costly projects, and any company cannot actually cover all this investments from their own resources. So this is bringing me to go to Giampiero, because he has 25 years of experiences, and at the beginning, as I said, that if someone needs money, they can go to Giampiero. So Giampiero, infrastructure is there. This is the key issue for the decarbonization. But I want to understand the priorities of EBRD in financing the projects. Which projects are your priority areas right now?
Thank you very much, Ezer, for the question, and thank you for having me in this panel. I would say the first priority of the EBRD is really to serve our clients and our countries of operation in progressing, advancing in the process of decarbonization, taking into account, of course, priority of energy security, food security, which is a big topic these days, but also, of course, economic and social development. So I think that's our priority. So in this context, we look at ways to support the role of the private sector in identifying actually the right solutions in a context that delivers these sort of objectives. Clearly, we need to take into account the specific country context, the specific market context, the sectoral context, so this is important in defining priorities and objectives. I would say that there are some areas which are relevant and important across all the EBRD regions, supporting at scale renewable energy, supporting the grid and the infrastructure that enable more renewable energy to come into stream. And certainly there are, specializations or say area specialization that certain countries have. If I look at North Africa, where we operate, in Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, certainly apart from the renewable energy potential, there is certainly a very interesting potential for low-cost renewable hydrogen. So that's an area that we're looking at. We're supporting countries in this respect. If I look at Turkey, since apart from renewable energy, energy efficiency remains an important topic in the country. Circular economy, as we discussed in the panel this morning. But also, we need to look at the developing the supply chains of technology and services. In the case, again, of Turkey, we talked about the previous panels about the importance of heat pumps. So clearly, the country has the potential to be a major global player in this space. Maybe I'll close with giving you a sense of the way we look at at the problem of decarbonization, because our role, we believe, as a financial institution, as a development institution, is really to work on the enablers. What are the building blocks that allow the private sector to shift finance, to shift investments towards low carbon technologies and activities. So in this respect, I think we operate in trying to create what, the famous enabling environment. And I think there are three conditions, or let's say three elements, three pillars of our action. One is on the policy side, so working with the government, with the sector, in defining long-term strategies that underpin the decarbonization. There is a significant role of the market in also developing market instruments. One example, we've been active in 16 countries in developing the market for sustainable energy, particularly renewable energy. So 16 countries we've been operating for the last 4 years, in fact. And this work, particularly around renewable energy auctions, has led to over 3 gigawatts of renewable energy investments taking place for over $4 billion of investment. And the third pillar is about the capacity building and the business models. One example, we have launched last year a quite significant program to support our clients in the corporate sector, in the financial sector, but also at the municipal level, introducing comprehensive climate corporate governance practices. So introducing climate considerations, green considerations in the investment decision process and in the way actually investments are prioritized.
That's good. That's good. So EBRD is exactly providing a substantial amount of financial resources to all around the world, actually in Turkey too. I think that in the years to come, of course, EBRD will continue to play another important role in the region. So, Evren, actually, you have developed substantial amounts of renewable energy projects. As I mentioned at the introduction, the solar, wind, these are your specialty areas. There's a burning fact. I would like to say that we are almost all countries are dependent on certain countries, especially China is one of the biggest exporter of the solar cells. And we know that the technology is also developing as well. And in the next years, we will be talking about new technologies in the solar industry. So which solar technologies will pioneer the growth of the solar power plants in the future in Turkey or in the world? What do you think?
First of all, I would like to thank you and Atlantic Council for having me here. So I think that's a very good question, because our company and myself, I'm in the energy business for more than, I think, 13, 14 years. So, and specifically, I worked in solar since 2007. So it has been 15 years in a specific industry, and I've been in module production factories, I've been in EPC companies, I've been in distribution companies, I've been in investment companies. So I've seen the major players in the industry. So you have rightfully pointed out that the technology is also, of course, getting, let's say, more complex. And when I started my career back in 2008, we had hard times even describing how the technology works to financiers. So not like banks like EBRD, of course, EBRD or the other IFIs were deep into the system, so they knew how the solar was functioning. But some private banks, they had their hesitation whether solar works. They were saying that this is quite expensive. The LCO is much higher than the grid. So, things were not moving quite fast at that time, back in 2008, 9, 10. But now, I mean, if you install a small solar power plant and installation in your factory in Turkey, the payback period is not more than 4 years. So it's no-brainer to install solar in your rooftops for the moment. But there is something quite critical in the industry, as you have rightfully pointed out, that 90% of the solar modules that we are using globally is made in China. I think this is one of the biggest, or the biggest issue that we're going to have some discussions in the near future. Because, I mean, in the other sectors, like if you're in geothermal, if you're in wind, if you're in hydros, I mean, the equipments that you can source is various, from Europe to the US or from, let's say, Asia, even to Turkey. So we do have some local production there. But specifically in solar, more than 90% of the production is in China. China is dominating the market for the last 10 years, I should say. There used to be production in Germany, in Europe. There used to be production in the US. Still, there is some small production in the US left, but 90% is in China. And you might well know that, US has a specific regulation that you need to, let's say, have specific permits to import Chinese modules to the country due to the fact that US is claiming that China is using forced labor in Xinjiang region to produce the cells, the silicon cells, and then the modules there. And you need to present traceability documents that the modules is not produced with the cells coming from Xinjiang region. So I guess US is like setting the stage for the future, let's say, issues in the global world to source solar modules. I'm pretty sure that Europe is going to follow this sooner or later. So I do hear that there are some, let's say, discussions that started in the Europe as well, that like these modules, were they eligible to be imported to Europe. So I do see that there is going to be a transition from Chinese manufacturing to European, even to US manufacturing. We have partially some production in Turkey as well, but unfortunately we're buying the raw material from China still. So there needs to be some local production of wafers and cells in Turkey. So everything that has been even like developed in the new technologies, as you have said, unfortunately is coming from China, like organic PV or perovskite technologies. This is mainly coming from China. And I do see personally a big risk there. If something happens like in the future, just like Russia and Ukraine tension, so there are embargoes or other, let's say barriers to Russia. If same thing happens to China, let's say China has decided to invade Taiwan, and we have, let's say, sanctions to China, then whole solar industry has an issue.
So let's continue with you again, because you touched upon a very important issue on the supply chain problems or potential supply chain problems. After the COVID pandemic, we have encountered very serious supply chain problems, because in Turkey, I remember that some companies actually delayed their deliveries almost a year, 14 months, 15 months. This is substantial time in terms of realization of a project. The first, do you expect a supply chain problem? Because, there's a geopolitical situation, especially in the Taiwan. This is my first question. The second, you mentioned that 90% of the solar cells and the technologies are coming from China. Actually, this is very risky. And what we know, especially after mid-2000s, because of the scale of economy, China could hurt European cell technology developers or Western cell technology developers. Can we find a solution for this? Because they have a huge scale of economy and they can invest a lot, they can subsidize the companies, whatever. So what Western companies should do to own their own technologies? So much pressure on you, I noticed, but actually these are important topics.
Exactly, these are quite important topics, and I think these would be the two major topics that we have to discuss in close future, because this is going to affect the industry a lot. So supply issues, yes, unfortunately I expect that supply issues is going to be problems again. I mean, we will be having supply issues in 2023 and onwards, unfortunately, because this zero COVID policy is hurting Chinese economy, Chinese manufacturing, and also supply. And if you're heavily dependent, like 90%, like solar, then if the factory stops due to pandemic or any issues, then we have issues, problems here. So we are acting as Turkey's biggest equipment distributor. Unfortunately, we had to delay some of our customers' projects because, we got the order, we have given the order, we paid, but unfortunately equipments didn't ship out from China because the ports were closed. So there's nothing to do, and we have received a force majeure letter from the producers. You know, they are right, and it's legally, I mean, there's nothing that we can do. So this has a direct effect to the projects that are under development. So I unfortunately expect same thing is going to happen next year, not only in solar panels, but inverters as well, due to chipset problems. The supply is going to be unfortunately disrupted. So same thing is going to happen. That's why we're trying to stock whatever we can this year in order to smoothen up the curve there. So the second question, besides, let's say, supply, I still see that European, let's say, companies, American companies, they should be developing their own technology. In fact, they had done it in the past. Germany was the pioneering country in the world that developed solar, and even commercialized solar. You know, solar commercialized back in 2003 when Germany started their renewable energy law, which they say Erneuerbare Energiegesetz. So everything has started back in 2003. So, but these were coming with huge government subsidies. You know, the subsidies were around like 45, even 50 euro cents per kilowatt hour that has been transferred to the grid. So I'm not telling you that same subsidies should be in place to flourish the investment there, but this time maybe some subsidies needs to be for production of equipments in Europe and in the US. Because they have the technology, they have the know-how, but without a government support, you cannot give life to an industry that has already been dead. Unfortunately, I have to pronounce that the industry in Europe, production industry, is unfortunately dead for the last 10 years. So we need to have strong and heavy helps or subsidies coming from governments, not only in country level, maybe in European Union level, and in, let's say, in US, in the country level there as well. Like Europe has decided to invest in chipset production. So, you know, it has the same, unfortunately, risk, like 65% of the chips is being produced in Taiwan. Maybe that's one of the reasons why China is very, let's say, dominant on Taiwan, and they would like to, let's say, see that Taiwan has another kind of like ruler. It has exactly the same effects in solar equipments as well.
Okay, so this is crystal clear actually, and yeah, go ahead, Giampiero.
No, just a brief reflection, if I may, because I think I agree that concessional instruments, you know, incentives are needed to help addressing the problem of the supply chains. At the same time, there are also other structural issues that need to be tackled, because incentives, subsidies are good only if actually address very specifically, you know, policy or market barriers. And I'm referring here to the fact that, let's say, permitting process in many countries is still very slow and very uncertain. It's not only about the timing, it's the certainty of the process. Many countries are still reluctant to open up the market for private sector developers in renewable energy, and perhaps investments to, for example, strengthen the grid and, you know, allow more intermittent capacity to come on stream are often delayed or deprioritized. So I take your point, but I think the regulatory element needs also to be tackled, because otherwise you create dependency and expectation on the developers that then is not sustainable.
Yeah, yeah, that's clear. Do you want to add something, Lee?
Go ahead.
No, okay.
I have some thoughts, but I'll come in later.
Well, if you have some thoughts, let's go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think this is a really fascinating conversation, because it really if we're thinking what the US has just done or in Europe, it's really about creating industrial policy for the manufacturing of clean energy technologies, and that energy security is also security of supply of clean energy technologies. And so I just wanted to reflect on this, that, as we've just seen in the United States, the Industrial Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, it's really an investment in the manufacturing of clean energy technologies and manufacturing of other technologies with climate benefits. So I think for a long time, before kind of this geopolitical crisis this year, especially in the US and Europe, there was this idea that we're going to do climate because of climate. We're going to do behavioral changes. It's not necessarily a huge infrastructure problem, but now this realization has happened that we need to transform our economies, that we need security of supply of clean energy production, and that we also need to rethink what are our strategic priorities in terms of clean energy technologies. And so I think this is where actually advanced energy technologies like, for example, nuclear come back to the table, or even, as I said, $50 billion in unabated fossil fuel infrastructure. What's the opportunity to transform into hydrogen? What are the fuels of the future? We're seeing new fuels provider with ammonia in the Middle East. So I think this is a really, really important conversation that we're having. And then my final point is really on, of course, the permitting aspect, right? Again, it's an infrastructure problem. We need to speed up the energy transition, but we need to build a lot. And this is going to be really challenging going forward.
So actually, two topics are rising here. The first, infrastructure. The second is the technology development all around the world. And actually, this reminds me the storages, the batteries, actually, because like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, when we were discussing about the renewables, especially solar and the wind, we were particularly focusing on the baseload resources, which were then coal and gas or nuclear in certain countries. But specifically in Turkey, we were focusing on gas and coal. Actually, I do remember that the Energy Market Regulatory Authority or other kind of authorities, as well as transmission system operators, when they were permitting the licenses, they were focusing on the existence of the coal and natural gas power plants in the system in order to control the frequency of the grid. But right now, especially until very recently, and maybe it's going to be accurate to say that thanks to high energy prices, most of the companies are started to focus on batteries and battery technologies. But when we are analyzing the battery technologies, we easily forget the rare earth materials or earth minerals, which is lithium-ion, for example, in many countries all around the world right now. Then I want to ask to Özgür, because I know Özgür is particularly interested in batteries and storage technologies. Özgür, do you think that, I'm not going to specifically ask about the technology of the storage, but I'm curious about the supply of the rare earth materials. Do you think that shall we have any shortage of this kind of materials in the future? How do you see?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Eser. I am happy to be here with you all, and thanks to Atlantic Council and EBRD to organize such a distinguished event. Regarding with the question, sir, there is a good news. Yes, renewable energy is expanding and challenging baseload fossil fueled power plants to replace them and paving the way the decarbonization goal. But this good news create a risk regarding with the items that you described. Supply chain system, mining is one of the key component of supply chain. If you want to feed those booming renewable energy in terms of storage, EV market, considering the regulations, restrictions to be applicable in Europe to forbidden diesel or gasoline-powered cars, so you will have more electrical vehicles in the street. So you have to meet such demand with the batteries, right? you can invest on the battery factories. It started with mega factories, then became giga factories. Now, by 2030, we will be using the words terawatt, right? It is estimated to have 7 terawatt-hour battery factories will be available in the world. So coming back to the supply chain subject, when you look at the battery cell, the 50 or 60% of the cost is coming from the active material, which are the cathode and anode material that are used in the battery cell manufacturing. Specifically, critical elements are lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese, and graphite, of course. Again, today, the approximately 600,000 ton per annum needed lithium, needed for the existing battery factories. But by 2030s, this amount will be increased to approximately 2 million tons per year. You have to provide 2 million tons lithium for those battery factories to feed electrical vehicles, electronics, or the energy storage purposes. Cobalt is also another rare earth element, and the majority of the reserves are in Democratic Republic of Congo, only one country. So lithium, for instance, the majority of the ore reserves are in South America, Bolivia, Chile, and some Australia. So they are not geographically uniformly distributed minerals all around the world. So it is quite possible, most likely, to have Chinese domination on silicon, Russian domination on natural gas. So maybe in the future we will be talking about the lithium domination or cobalt or graphite. Yes, mining is important. It should be supported in terms of regulation and financing to create enough raw materials for those upcoming trends that we will face.
Can I add one more question?
Sure.
Because, well, wherever we go, we see this geopolitical risk. When we go to natural gas, we see the geopolitical risk, especially after the war in Ukraine and Russia. When we go to oil, almost a substantial part of the oil is being produced in the geopolitically risky countries. When it comes to solar technology, China is dominant over there. When we are going to the mining industry, as you said, that some certain countries are dominant over there. So wherever we go in the energy industry, we see this political and geopolitical risk. This is the essence of the industry. But when it comes to the materials, I know that in the recent years there are some scientific research about production of synthetic materials to fill the rare material. How do you see that? Can we use the synthetic materials?
Well, actually, Turkey is one of the good examples for it, because Turkey managed to extract lithium from liquid disposal of boron. Etimaden, in their facilities in Eskişehir, Kırka, they managed to produce lithium from boron disposals. I know that it is still in very elementary stage. They're still doing laboratory works, but seawater can be resources of lithium. With the electrolysis process, they can maybe produce lithium. So this type of artificial solutions, technology-based solutions should be sought definitely, because the fact is the natural resources are limited and not uniformly distributed all around the world. And considering the battery factories, battery suppliers are at this moment, Far East countries like Japan, China, South Korea, lately European Union and United States and UK, they started their own programs to compete with those markets. So limited number of battery supplier, limited mining facilities or reserves. So it is most likely to face with another geopolitical crisis in the near future. So artificial materials should be sought, SRB. For instance, in graphite, actually graphite is an interesting example, maybe a opposite way, because at this moment, natural graphite and artificial graphite, synthetic graphite market share, artificial graphite is a little bit higher than natural graphite. But the technologies currently, the way they produced graphite artificially, it is very energy intensive process and not very environment friendly process, unfortunately. So considering the higher energy prices, this option will be diminished in the future, maybe.
Okay, so
But
I think the same story here as well, because this technology should be developed, but investment amount is going to be substantial, and most probably you will say that this R&D processes should be somehow subsidized or supported by the governments. Is that right?
Definitely, SRB. For instance, Turkey has significant graphite resources in Kastamonu region, but unfortunately the type of the graphite is not suitable for battery grade. It's kind of amorphous. The carbon content is not very rich. I mean, the decarbonization is very important for the climate, but the graphite, the battery technology, carbonization is needed for the graphite to do its own functions in the battery cell. So maybe an innovative refining methodology or technology can be developed to use that kind of amorphous graphite reserves as well in the business.
This is I think the capricious part of the business. You know, when everybody is talking about electrical vehicle EVs, generally most of the scientists are rising about the mining industry and how mining industry is carbon intensive. So, you know, there is no one and very easy solution in the decarbonization process. Probably this is going to be an evolutionary perspective, and this is a living process, it's an evolution. Well, when I am working with the companies actually focusing on new technologies or R&D technologies, they are creating very nice business plans, but when they apply to lenders, especially with their business plans, well, I will not say mostly, all the time, they cannot get the financial support from the financial institutions. That's why, again, I want to come back to Giampiero by keeping my promise. If you need money, go to Giampiero. So, Giampiero, we need money. And we have a company. Let's assume that we are developing a technology or we have a good project. If I apply to EBRD, what would be the parameters that you assess my application? I know it's going to be different if it's a solar power plant, it's going to be different if it's the hydrogen. In the first round, you mentioned about some 3 pillars, but can you be more specific about your parameters of the assessment?
Sure. Maybe I can start with a bit the orientation of the EBRD, which is not very different from other multilateral development banks, right? Because ultimately we've set for ourselves some targets, some ambition, and also some, how should I say, criteria, indeed. So when it comes to targets, you know, the EBRD has, in fact, last year, we actually, at the end of 2020, we announced a green finance targets of 50% by 2025, which means we aspire to be a majority green bank by then. At the same time, also the aspiration to be by the end of this year fully Paris aligned. So what it means when we set targets, when an institution like EBRD set targets like this, is not only to reflect an achievable ambition, but also to introduce a principle of orientation of where we would like our money to be allocated. And Paris alignment, what it means that basically all our projects are reviewed not only for consistency with the climate strategies and policy at the country level, but also to understand whether there are some underlying what we call carbon lock-in risks. In other words, we look at each project and each technology we finance, take into account whether or not these investments may prevent low carbon alternatives to emerge and be financed and be established. So this is a very important, as I said, orientation principle which determines a bit what we do in this space. I would say that also the way we are set up, we look at other dimensions, beyond, of course, the financial returns and the broader risk assessment. But clearly, we tend to prioritize investments which result in additional benefits, either because we manage to bring in the private sector, the commercial financial sector, the so-called mobilization, or whether there are other co-benefits that emerge, either in terms of nature co-benefits or in terms that interventions and projects actually open up the market for private investors. So these are the kind of parameters within which we operate. At the same time, you talk about financing mechanisms. I would talk about financing approaches, in fact, because what we're trying to do is not only to develop and apply financial products that are specifically dedicated to support climate finance, green projects, but also to create the premises for these investments to take place. And I can give you one example. We've been doing a lot of work in a number of countries. Take Egypt, for example, developing a low-carbon roadmap for the cement industry, which entails working with the government, working with the sector association, working with the cement companies in Egypt to determine jointly what are the steps that are needed to decarbonize the sector. It means identify the investments, the timing of these investments, and the conditions under which these investments need to take place. And in this process, not only we sort of support the whole definition of the scenarios, the modeling, the diagnostic, but there is also an engagement with the financial sector. There is an engagement with the project developers. And this basically gives some clear, well, I mean, that's the hope, some clear signals to the market and to the financial sector and to the investors about, as I said, the timing and the extent of the investments. So this is one example. At the same time, we're working a lot on trying to come up with new approaches in this kind of broader space of result finance, so trying to provide finance on the back of expected outcomes, expected results. One example is a program that utilizes funding from the Green Climate Fund and the CTF, whereabout this is particularly focused on the corporate sector, particular industry and companies operating in the agri-food value chains. Whereabout, we provide finance at commercial terms together with the Green Climate Fund or the CTF. So we start pari passu, so with the same terms, commercial terms, and then the concessional element, the money from the GCF, actually there are interest rate discounts on the back of certain milestones being achieved. And these milestones are associated to implementation of specific technologies, including innovative technologies, or at least innovative for the specific market, but also milestones linked to the improved, if you like, behavioral change associated to the understanding and the introduction of climate and green consideration in the business models of the companies we finance. So this is a combination of different elements. Again, our main objective is not only to provide finance, but actually to stimulate market reaction. Everything we do ultimately aims at introducing a price discovery element that gives, signal to the project developers, to the investors, and to the financiers.
Lee asked first.
Ladies first, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think this is a really, really fascinating conversation, but I do want to come in here and bridge the conversation we had about R&D and next generation technologies and kind of bankable projects, investments, because I think there's a role for policy in between. So first of all, we want to have R&D. We want to incubate new technologies. For example, here in Turkey, Turkey has huge geothermal potential. Is there the next generation super hot rock geothermal potential, right? So there's investment from the government needed with R&D, but then policy comes in to enable actually infrastructure projects. You mentioned Erneuerbare Energiengesetz in Germany, which helped actually drive 90% of the cost reductions of solar in the early years by enabling learning by doing, building confidence in the technologies, right? And so I think this is really important because this is the bridge between the next generation technologies and what you're describing. And so from our perspective, I think as we're thinking about the whole suite of technologies, it's really about adaptive policy, changing policy every couple of years to respond to the market, respond to the financial sector as we're increasing the confidence in next generation clean energy technologies, but also reducing the risk by having different policies. For example, when we're talking about EVs, what about charging infrastructure? A lot of pieces have to fall into place. Permitting, you mentioned, is a huge risk to make these projects happen. And I think I just want to highlight that this is a continuous learning process, and we're not yet done on the financial or policy innovation side.
Yeah, Özgür, you had an intervention.
Yeah, actually, I agree the BAT's agreement as well, but regarding with the financing of this kind of projects, you know, putting in the new technologies or new type of materials or processes, etc., incentive mechanisms also be there to support this kind of projects. Sometimes financial institutions can decide easily if they see such an incentive mechanisms are supporting those new technologies.
Well,
it is also
almost 100% guarantee. Because whenever you go to lender there, the first question, is there any government offtake guarantee, any incentive from governmental institutions? This is the first question. Whenever you go. Well, we have left 15 minutes. Lee, I was planning to ask you a question, but let's open the floor to the audience first. If there is any question, right now, we can take it. Yeah, I think Sardar Bey has a question.
Actually, Lee briefly mentioned about the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. Actually, this act brings extended the solar tax credit in the United States. So in the United States, if you are investing in the solar energy, if you are doing rooftop solar or grid-sized solar, and in addition to that, they expanded the content. If you are producing photovoltaic PV panels in the United States, or wafers, or any kind of input which is required for the solar, you get 30% solar tax credit. It also includes contractor labor, on-site preparation, assembly, and original installation, and permitting fees, inflation, inspection costs, and developer fees. All equipment needed to get the solar system running, including wiring, inverters, and mounting equipment, storage batteries. So all of that is included into this tax credit. So this is one of the ways of incentivizing this kind of investments. I don't know if you want to make any more comments, Lee.
Yeah, I'm happy to. We worked extensively on the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, which I think is really important to see together because the Inflation Reduction Act really provides incentives for technology deployment. So as you mentioned, solar, hydrogen production credit, carbon capture incentive credit. But then the Infrastructure and Jobs Act provides incentives for the infrastructure, connecting it all together so we can plan hydrogen hubs, CO2 transport and storage. And I think this is a really interesting way of designing climate policy, which is also, as I said, political economy outcome. And I think, you know, some of this policy we're also seeing on the European Union level, where we're having the Trans-European Energy infrastructure legislation being revised to include more technologies for projects of common interest, but also seeing the Innovation Fund really invest in kind of the next generation demonstration projects for innovation. So thank you so much for this comment.
Yeah. Any question? So, yes, Sardar Bey, go ahead.
I just want to add that as the U.S. Department of Commerce, we encourage Turkish firms to come to the United States and invest in this sector, so that because the United States need a lot of investment for solar energy and other renewable energy sources. So you are all welcome, and we are here to help you.
Okay, so let's give another break and turn my second question to Lee. So this, actually, I have reserved this question for that moment. You know, I'm wondering your impartial opinion. This is a family gathering, so I'm really wondering your impartial opinion. Since you've worked a lot on carbon capture and carbon storage, I know that you have top level of expertise on this level. Well, there are various types of technologies or projects are being developed in the carbon capture side. So which are the most commercially viable ones?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. We talked about cement decarbonization. Carbon capture and storage is the only way to fully decarbonize cement, in addition to efficiency and clinker substitution. We talked about that we need a lot of steel to actually deliver the infrastructure projects for energy transition. Again, an application where carbon capture can help make a difference. Hydrogen production, we're looking to kickstart the global hydrogen market. Blue hydrogen, carbon capture on steam methane reforming can help us produce hydrogen more cleanly, in addition with methane control. So I think the carbon capture came back on the map about half a decade ago when I started working on it, because industrial decarbonization was recognized that it had been a blind spot so far. And so since then, governments have been scrambling to really understand how to deploy and commercialize the technology. U.S. government has done more than any other government in the world to do so. We're seeing many, many more projects in Europe, but also in some other markets. Projects are being planned, China, the Middle East, India. And so we're really very excited to see that there's now a flurry of applications, a flurry of technology providers really entering the market. And I think this is now where this conversation actually ties together. To really commercialize carbon capture and storage, we need to enable learning by doing. So we actually have to deploy the technology, enabled by government incentives. We have to build out the CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. Turkey, for example, I think has already some CO2 storage mapped and understanding. And we need to also make it investable. But for that, you of course need comprehensive climate policy, because it's essentially just an emissions control technology that only makes financial sense from this perspective. So I think the next frontier for carbon capture and storage is really thinking, how can we shorten the deployment timeline of this technology in next mover markets? And that means feasibility studies at industrial facilities. That also includes natural gas power plants, new LNG infrastructure. That means mapping CO2 transport and storage, sinks and sources, and really thinking about what does the future of this technology look like. So while there's more than 100 projects in planning right now, we still have a long way to go for commercialization.
Yeah. Well, I'm originally coming from oil and gas industry. For long years, actually, I represented oil and gas companies in Turkey and around the region. Some people know it very well, actually. When in the industry, we were thinking about that depleted fields, especially depleted oil and gas fields, especially depleted gas fields could be the best reservoirs to make gas underground storages. But in the new trend, well, there is a big literature, but also I see that these depleted fields are being considered for the carbon storage fields as well. What do you think?
I mean, I think, CO2 storage, there's different ways to store CO2. There's via utilization in products, but also CO2 storage underground. And I think this is a really important way for the industry of the future. How's the industry going to transform? And I think as a climate organization, our message to the industry is take the incentives that are available from governments right now in these first mover markets and show that you can transform, show that you can be part of the transition and deliver what I think is essentially a transformation of the global fuel markets, a reimagination of the global fuels markets. And I think that's what we're going to talk about in the next panel is hydrogen, zero carbon fuels, ammonia, ammonia. So yeah, I think this is the future, is really how can we use this legacy infrastructure to enable the next generation of technologies. It's also being considered in the North Sea and other places.
Yeah, that's good. So last time I want to go to room. Is there any question? Apparently no. With the last question, I will close the panel. The last question will be about the electrification of the mobility. Not only the electric cars, the electrification of the mobility, because especially after the pandemic, we have seen a sharply increasing micromobility industry as well. We have seen e-scooters, e-bikes, and we started to see various types of e-vehicles for the logistics, transportation, and everything. But as Lee mentioned, that this is bringing us another challenging issue, is the charging. I know that Zorlu is one of the early investors in Turkey. Even we had no regulation and legislation about the e-charging industry. This is a general question for all the panelists. Please pick your own answers. How do you see the future of the e-mobility, and starting from charging, what are the challenges awaiting us in the future?
So if I may...
Yeah, please go ahead.
If I may start. Thank you. That was a good introduction to our company as well. Yes, before like the legislation is out, we spent our money and be the pioneer. So somebody needs to pay for it, and that was us. Now it's being paid back for sure. So we have around 1,500 sockets all around Turkey for EVs. But mobility, I should say, electrification of the mobility is not the future. It's today. It's being done today, as of today. So what is the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge is, again, I think, infrastructure, because there are some locations that we think there needs to be chargers out there, but there we don't have any network, so you cannot bring electricity there. So it's too costly. Sometimes it is physically not possible to bring the network there. So then we need to rely on batteries. So if infrastructure is not there, there needs to be mobile systems that can power the charges. This is batteries. So batteries is quite important there. But of course, the batteries needs to be filled for sure. Then you need to have solar. So you need to solarize the batteries to electrify the battery and then to electrify the charger. So here everything is mobile. So we will be fully independent of the grid, probably in some locations that we strictly need chargers. So infrastructure is the biggest problem there, challenge. But we do have a solution there: batteries plus solarification.
Good. So, Özgür?
Actually, Evren Bey summarized very well. I just can add on some perspective. Like, yes, e-mobility is going to be the part of our life, daily life, especially in the urban area, where the network and infrastructures, bringing those to that area is not easy. So storage plus solar panels can be a solution, but it is going to be very difficult. I mean, in the traffic, considering huge amount of EVs, same time many cars try to stop there. In a quicker time, they want to get their energy and keep going. So instantly, there will be huge amount of energy extraction from the system, right? You have to answer those demand. This is not going to be easy, sir, but we will be facing with it. It's kind of a Nobel Prize question, right? Who can solve it, get the prize.
Jean-Pierre, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, very quickly. I'm not an expert in e-mobility necessarily, but I think it's important also to have clear in mind that there isn't probably a solution that fits every single case, because think about urban mobility versus regional mobility or what I'm trying to say, in the case of the urban mobility policy and strategies, you may see emerging, car sharing businesses, which may entail a different take on infrastructure. And also, so it's quite a complex exercise to understand where to put the priorities. Also, let's not forget that we have forms of electrical mobility that's been around for decades. I'm thinking about trains, and I'm thinking about, so also they need to be supported and developed. So I guess I'm going towards the need of an integrated mobility plans that take into account all these elements and try to optimize the systems according to the local context. At the same time, we should not neglect, the other, transport system. Think about shipping, heavy-duty vehicles. It's unclear whether indeed, electrical solutions will provide, the type of services needed. So there is also an issue of, creating the infrastructure for low carbon fuels or zero carbon fuels to support these other sectors. So very complex.
Okay. So we open the panel with you, Lee, and close with you again, if you have final remarks about the mobility.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with everything that has been said, but affordability of e-mobility is really, really important because in the end, this is supposed to be a mass consumer market, and everyone should have accessibility to these technologies and to e-mobility options. So I think this is something where we would love to see governments work on and help really deploy these technologies or disperse e-mobility options across a wider population.
That's great. Well, Lee, gentlemen, thank you very much for being with me. I learned a lot, and I'm sure that this has been a very thoughtful panel for all the audience as well. And before closing our panel, I would like to remind that the next panel will be moderated by dear Bina Hussein. The title of the panel is Hydrogen's Role in the Clean Energy Transition. This is another very important topic that I didn't want to touch upon in this panel, so please keep your all interest to Bina's panel, and thank you very much for being with us again.
That's really good. Yeah.
Bina?
It's an opportunity for a coffee.
Going back to the old school way. It's okay. All right, welcome to the final session of the conference. I know you're all excited about drinks later on, but I kindly request that you stick around for this important topic that we'll be discussing. I promise it will be lively, it will be engaging, and you will be participating. So I hope you're ready. Before I welcome everyone to the stage, I'm going to do a few household notes. Please join us on social media. By now, you should know it by heart. The handles are AC_Istanbul or at AC Global Energy or at EBRD. You know it by heart. I did not. I'm sorry. You could also use the hashtag Clean Energy Outlook. So tweet away, join the conversation if you're watching virtually or here in person. I also hope you'll be participating during the conversation. I'm actually going to do this a little differently from the panels before us, either today or yesterday. I am going to allow Q&A, comments, and observations from the audience throughout our conversation. So I will do, obviously, a first round with our panelists to make sure that they have made some remarks. But start thinking about whether you have any questions, comments, or observations. Just catch my eye, raise your hand, and I'll make sure a mic comes to you throughout the hour that we're together. All right, so you've been hearing a lot about hydrogen in the different sessions, both yesterday and today. But hydrogen has been around for decades. However, in the last few years, it has become kind of a hot topic. It is now being seen by many as a potential key component in the fight against climate change and the decarbonization of energy system. The IEA has said that hydrogen is one of the biggest innovation opportunities to reduce global CO2 emissions to net zero by 2050. The idea is that implementing innovative hydrogen technologies will aid in the transition to clean, sustainable, and low carbon energy systems. But the reality is, and we will discuss this on the panel as well, is that policy and financial tools are still lacking. And as a result, meeting the full potential of hydrogen, perhaps depending a little bit on the producing method of hydrogen you're discussing, is still somewhat time away. So with that, allow me to introduce the distinguished panel that will be discussing these topics for the next hour. Please join me in welcoming Inbal Kantor from the Israeli startup Aerovation Technologies, Mehmet Erdem Yashar from EBRD, Suab Ismail from Sinteo, and joining us virtually is David Livingston, who, hi David, we see you, from US State Department, who's a senior advisor to Secretary Kerry at the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. So before I'm going to sit down, I'm going to ask 2 polling questions to the audience. Okay, are you ready? So in the past 2 days, you've been hearing about hydrogen in different terms, from colors to volumes. There's been a lot said, but some of it was not entirely correct or misinterpreted or whatnot. So my first question, raise your hand if you know what green hydrogen is. That is not everyone, David, just so you're aware.
But it is impressive.
It is, yes. Okay, second question. Raise your hand if you understand what blue hydrogen is. It's about the same. About the same, but not everyone. Okay. Okay. So, I think, you know, now we have a clear idea. I think I'm going to ask to the panelists as well to take into consideration that this is also an educational moment where you have the opportunity to explain more on green and blue hydrogen to the audience, either in person here or joining us through the streaming services. So I want to bring in first David into the conversation, because you're joining virtually, and I wish you were here in person, to be honest. We would have loved to have you, but we're glad that you're here joining us and participating. So I wanted to start with you to kind of get the government perspective first. You know, John Kerry said just a few weeks ago at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum in Pittsburgh, he said that governments don't have the kind of money it will take to transition away from fossil fuels. Only companies and private capital do. At the same time, the US Department of Energy announced the first round of funding for 6 to 10 hydrogen hubs around the country. So we have a government that is, you know, has under the Biden administration set up policy, at the same time trying to put in incentives that might enable investment into the hydrogen sector. David, could you briefly tell us more about the US hydrogen strategy, and how susceptible do you think the marketplace will be towards hydrogen in the United States?
Well, thank you, Bina, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for having me and for this opportunity to engage. I will say it's an incredibly exciting time for not only investing in the clean energy transition, but it's a particularly exciting time for opportunities in clean hydrogen. We felt that and heard that, as you mentioned, in Pittsburgh at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum. I heard that just yesterday here in Washington, D.C. at the Hydrogen Americas Summit. And I know that clean hydrogen will gather significant attention, discussion, and excitement at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh and beyond. It's self-evident the role that clean hydrogen has an opportunity to play in the clean energy transition. But we also know that it needs stronger support to become cost competitive and to get deployed at scale. That's exactly why the United States has been taking swift action to provide that support, as you mentioned, and to build this tremendous momentum behind scaling up this important clean energy fuel, this important clean energy vector that has relevance for so many different sectors beyond just immediately in energy. You noted what Secretary Kerry said. I think the point that he oftentimes means to make is not that this is simply a lift for the private sector or for the public sector, but indeed that if we want to go to where we need to get to by the end of this decade and by the middle of this century, as fast as possible, as effectively as possible, it is neither the US government or any government in the world, nor is it solely the private sector that will get us entirely where we need to go on its own. We need to have robust public-private partnerships. We need to have the government doing what it does best, which is laying out the rules of the road, a clear framework, and catalytic support to get investment moving and to get the opportunities in this industry unlocked over the coming years. So that's exactly what we've been doing. For example, last year, President Biden signed into law the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which includes about $9.5 billion for clean hydrogen research, development, demonstration programs, including hydrogen hubs. Just about a month ago, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the single largest investment, the most important, impactful legislation for climate and clean energy solutions in U.S. history. It is on par with the most significant clean energy support packages that any government anywhere in the world has ever put forward for this transition. And its impact will be even greater than its nameplate number of $369 billion in incentives and support, when you take into account the full leverage available through tools such as the Department of Energy's Loan Program Office and its loan guarantees and other support mechanisms. Now, the IRA is going to also make very specific investments in the development of clean hydrogen. Those include incentives for clean energy generation, such as solar, wind, hydropower, nuclear, which can provide downstream benefits for clean hydrogen as key inputs. It also supports domestic production of clean energy components like solar panels and wind turbines. And of course, and perhaps most importantly for this discussion, there's direct support for clean hydrogen production through a tax credit that can represent up to $3 per kilogram of clean hydrogen produced. This tax credit is incredibly important leverage for achieving what has been put forward in the US government's hydrogen earthshot of achieving $1 per 1 kilogram of clean hydrogen within 1 decade by 2030. With 3 kilograms of government support as we scale up, I am extremely confident that the effective production costs for clean hydrogen, and especially green hydrogen, will get close to negative in the United States by 2030. That means that folks are going to be paid to be producing green hydrogen And even as that policy support starts to potentially recede after the conclusion of the IRA incentives, you're going to have an incredibly competitive U.S. clean hydrogen industry. So together, these pieces of legislation are catalytic for building out our clean hydrogen economy in the United States. But I must emphasize that is important not only for the United States, but around the world. Just as Germany played a significant role in buying down the initial cost of solar energy through its early deployment and its aggressive incentives, so too will the United States through the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Package, and other policy mechanisms. So too will the United States be showing global leadership by buying down the costs not only of key technologies like green hydrogen, clean hydrogen, blue hydrogen, et cetera, but the United States will also be thus enabling lower cost clean hydrogen to be an input in the decarbonization of hard to abate sectors as diverse as steel, aluminum, cement, aviation, trucking, shipping, chemicals, you name it. Hydrogen is a vector, an enabler, a tool, a lever for decarbonization, not only in the energy sector, but far beyond it in transport sectors and other industrial sectors. So the cheaper that we make clean hydrogen through U.S. leadership over this decade, the faster that the world, including the developing world, will be able to decarbonize in a competitive way, in a prosperous and competitive way over the decades to come. This is the model that we have set out to implement in the United States. We're incredibly excited by its implications. And I will note that it is only in the very, very early days of industry and other partners starting to realize the new potential, the new business models, the new opportunities that exist, and taking advantage of these sorts of incentives and this sort of opportunity.
Thank you, David. That is very exciting to hear that you are, or the government, U.S. government has a lot of incentives in play and planning a lot to reach, well, a good clean hydrogen, as you call it, market in by 2030. And I think, you know, you're talking about policies, you're talking about partnerships, and we'll address that even further here during the next 40 minutes or so. And I'd like to bring in Erdem now on EBRD's perspective, obviously financing a whole lot of different projects, including on green hydrogen. Could you tell us a little bit, if you're zooming in a little bit more into the region, we've heard the US and some of the US's collaboration and ideas working with partners. What are some of the opportunities within the region on green hydrogen? And what is EBRD doing on adaptation, implementation, financing?
Thank you. I mean, just referring to what David said on green transition, maybe it would be useful to put EBRD's perspective. I mean, green transition is the core of our business, and we committed to direct minimum 50% of our financing towards green projects going forward. And in that respect, hydrogen is definitely, it's going to play a key role going forward. What we did on hydrogen, what opportunities we see, we're now running for each EBRD country's operation a study to understand the opportunities in that market, to see how we can support developing the hydrogen market. This can include, you know, working with the governments to put in place the framework that's going to support investors coming into that market, and also on the demand side, you know, working with the industrial players to think about green hydrogen. So I think that's one aspect that we came to see, you know, as green hydrogen becomes competitive, you know, industrial players start thinking about green hydrogen. And what we observed as an outcome of this study is for certain regions like North Africa, there you see more competitive renewable energy, right? So low-cost renewable energy. So can that low-cost renewable energy be directed towards green hydrogen projects? And in the case of, for example, Turkey, the large industrial base, which heavily relies on hydrogen, can that industry now start thinking about hydrogen? And as EBRD, we have a more holistic approach in our approach to, in our let's say, engagement with countries. So I am Turkish. I work in the Turkish market, so maybe a little bit about Turkey. And I refer to the opening speech by our managing director, Arvid, where he said we work on decarbonizing heavy carbon industries like steel, etc. So that's going to help us understand what level of hydrogen demand we can have in Turkey, and also the impact of CBAM on Turkish export, Turkish economy overall. So how are we going to make our exports, Turkish export, more competitive, and could hydrogen play a role in that? So that is the engagement at the authorities level, governments level, putting in place the system, the framework that will function to attract investments into the country, attract industrials switching to green hydrogen. But on the client level, I think we can also play a role in bringing investors together, bringing companies together, because we operate in various sectors in a country. So we do finance industrial customers, we do renewable clients, financing for renewables. So can we be the matchmaker? So can we bring them together to see whether we can make green hydrogen work in some of the markets? And actually, this is one of such projects we're considering in North Africa, and it turns out that we can. I mean, it turns out that green hydrogen can be competitive in certain markets as long as you can get the competitive renewable energy generation coupled with a strong offtake. That's going to work. So, and one question I got a lot, I heard a lot during this, the last 2 days is green hydrogen financeable? I'm not going to say I'm an expert. I mean, we're all learning about green hydrogen, how we can make it bankable, how we can make it financeable, and it's going to be a learning curve for all of us. We will, of course, make mistakes. Maybe we'll get burnt in some projects, but this is a process we all have to go through. But from my perspective as a banker, any project is financeable as long as you can address the risks. And when it comes to green hydrogen, when you're dealing with multiple, parts, the renewable generation, the investment in the electrolyzers, the offtake, so you need to bring them together and manage those interface risks, and then manage this rather complex financing or banking structure to make it work. It's not going to be easy. I mean, we as EBRD can also be involved in parts of this complex structure. We can finance the renewable generation, we can finance the off-taker, but we are working on ways to support and also finance green hydrogen projects in our countries of operations.
Great, and I'm really happy that you're bringing up the, sorry, I'm stumbling a little bit, but I'm glad you brought up the financing of green hydrogen, and I'm happy to actually raise your question to Suab. Yesterday we had Olga Bilkova say, it's easy to talk about green hydrogen when there's nothing there yet. We should talk about what we're doing today, and Erdem, in your own way, you're touching upon that as well. But I think from my conversations with Suab before in prep for this conversation, you seem to be a bit more optimistic. So I would love to hear your thoughts on the opportunities there.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to Atlantic Council and to EBRD for hosting this. Also, it might have been my fault, Shuaib.
Shuaib.
Yes.
I apologize, Shuaib.
No, it's much better at the beginning of the session than right at the end.
Yeah.
I really liked Olga's flag that she put in the ground yesterday. Either hydrogen is a solution just now, or stop wasting time. Stop distracting us. We have so much else to do. I would absolutely say hydrogen is a solution right now, ready to be deployed, proven in different parts of the world, and cost optimal. Right? Just remember that phrase. It is ready, it is cost optimal, and it is being deployed. I understood her flag as two different questions. One, is hydrogen the silver bullet? Right? A phrase that we often get heard. And two, what are the steps that she should take and everyone should take to start realizing whatever this opportunity is? So I'll tackle both of those because that's how I'll subdivide out her challenge. The first is hydrogen is a silver bullet, right? But with climate change, we're facing so many different monsters, the silver bullet only works with some. The silver bullet in mythology is what you need to take down werewolves. We have werewolves in the steel industry, we have werewolves in the power industry, we have werewolves in heating, but in other industries, we have completely different monsters. So hydrogen is a silver bullet, but we need a much stronger arsenal to tackle climate change, to tackle the energy transition. It's not a case of biomethane or hydrogen or renewable electricity or solar or whatever else, right? You need all of these solutions. Every single person in the world should be looking for all of these solutions to be deployed. So that's the first thing. It is a silver bullet, but you need more than a silver bullet to tackle the challenges in front of us, and hydrogen will be a critical solution, but not the only one. The second thing, though, and this is critical to understand, hydrogen is not new. We've talked about it coming and going in phases, but electrolysis to produce hydrogen is almost a century old. Right? We've had hydrogen pipelines in Europe for nearly 70, 80 years. Hydrogen has been around for decades and decades and decades. Definitely older than myself, definitely older than everyone else in this room. What's new is the approach we're taking to bring the value chain together to produce hydrogen, how clean that hydrogen is, and the use cases we're finding for that hydrogen. So I'll give you a few examples. We, as Inteo, we work with corporates, with government to help them figure out how do you decarbonize, how do you develop what we call good growth models in a way that doesn't mean you have to sacrifice economic profit to achieve social, environmental impact, right? You can have your cake and eat it. That's the concept behind Inteo. We work with a number of different corporates around the world who are investing billions in hydrogen today at commercial scale because of two reasons. One, they're already finding it's cost optimal, right? And we can talk about that later. Two, it secures the supply chain. The development of hydrogen will radically change the energy and fuel industry around the world. Before, we used to have, comparatively, a handful of oil fields around the world that feed everyone. With hydrogen, almost every single country in the world will have its own domestic hydrogen production industry. That's the vision that I see by 2050. And it needs to be that way because 60 to 80% of your total cost of landed hydrogen is in transport. You want to minimize that transport as much as you can. And that's why every single country should be thinking about hydrogen industry, domestically produced, secure, for their supply chains, for their energy security, for their economic growth, not by 2050, not by 2040, not even by 2030. They should be investing today. It's ready, it's proven, and it's necessary.
Let's go. All right, before I turn to Inbal, I hope the audience has been thinking, like, I'm looking at you. Whenever you're ready, just let me know. You can ask a question or a comment or an observation. We don't need to wait till the very end. So you just heard a very optimistic, super duper optimistic.
Oh, sorry. I would clarify myself as a realist, not an optimist.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, a realistic. Some were optimists.
He actually,
He's a realist.
To a certain degree, he was more realistic than others that we heard yesterday. So I'll give him that.
So you give him some credit.
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, you've heard now 3 gentlemen speak on green hydrogen, the future of it, how it can be done even today. You work mostly on blue hydrogen or decarbonization. What are your thoughts on this, hearing all of this?
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to participate as, well, I think I'm the only representative of the startups which are currently actually working on those solutions, either if it is decarbonization, green hydrogen. So there should be more room around the table. It's so important. Thank you very much for inviting me. As for the timelines. So yesterday and mostly today as well, we kept hearing about green hydrogen. This is the future. This is where we are going. This is the silver bullet. And this is wonderful, but here and now, where technology is today, we are, well, the realistic, let's start with the optimistic. The optimistic say that we are 15 years away from having renewable energies that can support green hydrogen in the capacities that the world required, half actually. The more realistic people from the industry are talking about 40 years or so. So the question is, what are we doing in the interim time? Are we keep directing all the investment and all the discussion toward green hydrogen, or we are saying, as Anna Palacio said yesterday, we need to decarbonize now. Not only talk about it as a buzzword, which is a lovely buzzword, but actually take action. And so blue hydrogen is the bridge, or can be the bridge, to bring us from where we are at the moment, where we have, if I'm not mistaken, over 36 billion of CO2 that is emitted to the atmosphere every year, okay, into this future of green hydrogen. So blue hydrogen, as the people in the audience know, but maybe at home I will just give it briefly, is hydrogen that is produced from fossil fuels, where you capture between 85 to 95% of the CO2. So you can actually produce, let's say not today, let's say in the next 3 years, which is realistic, completely commercial-wise, hydrogen without damaging the environment. So stop talking about the goal in 2050, we will have enough, we think we'll have enough. Let's talk about what we could do today. And what is missing in order to bring us to that stage is financing. At the end of the day, we can talk all day long, and I would like to comment on David, the US government new legislation is a big step and a wonderful step, and many other countries are taking these steps, and this is wonderful. But we also need, here and now, the funding of the startup companies, of the technologies that are fighting every day to be developed. So I keep hearing around when I'm asking, oh, you are into green hydrogen, hydrogen in general, what about the funding? Oh, no. We fund the only established technologies. Well, these technologies will not be established if we won't get the funding for scale-ups. So today we have either early stages or already commercial. By the way, there is no really, not really fully commercial pilot or anything. But again, it can be done, and the timeline is around 3 years. The only question is which steps are we going to take here and now out of this conference? And this conference has such a high potential, huge potential. So I have high hopes, really high hopes.
All right, great. So you want to respond? Or? Okay, great. We have a question in the back. If someone could get the mic to the lady in the last row, please. If you could state your name and affiliation, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Hello. I'm Zainab Egeli. I'm from Group Global here. And so I guess we could agree that green hydrogen is great if we have all the renewable energy that we need to produce it without putting a stress on the grid. And on the other hand, I guess we could also agree that while blue hydrogen is great because it is available in the short future, it also creates carbon that needs to be stored somewhere. So in a way, blue hydrogen is not necessarily a long-term solution. So how do we make sure that the investment that we're putting today in blue hydrogen is going to be relevant in let's say in realistic or optimistic, whatever view, in 30, 40 years when green hydrogen is ready to take over? How do we make sure that that investment that we're putting in blue hydrogen today is not actually delaying the development of green hydrogen?
This is actually a wonderful question about the delaying, because, and I heard it also from others that are saying, well, if we will invest in blue hydrogen, then we will prevent the green hydrogen. But the question is, will we really? And you know what? If not, is it worthwhile to just hope that in 40 years from now, or again, let's say 30 years from now, we will have a solution? And I'm not even getting into the technicalities of whether there are enough raw materials in order to support the renewable energies specifically for hydrogen production. Let's not get into this. The question is, are you able to wait 30 years to see if it will phase out, or are you going to divert some of the potential investment to something that is feasible in the next 3 years? And I'll tell you furthermore, the company that I work for, Aerovation Technologies, is preparing by the beginning of next year to already deploy their first pilot in an SMR, meaning steam methane reforming plant, in Israel to convert to blue hydrogen. So it is feasible, and the quantities, obviously it's a question also of quantities, right? So we are talking also about, quite nicely, when it to the final stage to commercial in about 3, let's say 4 years, still, it's here and now. So I'm asking you back, what do you prefer as a citizen of the world? To wait 30 years in a hope, or take action now? I'm not saying invest all the funds only in blue hydrogen. This is not necessarily this is not a good risk mitigation, if you ask me, okay? But it's not either or. There should be some, how do you say, the multiple choice. Sorry, I forgot the word. But options. Yeah, options. So
before we go to the next question, Shuaib, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, I'm going to try and remove some of the drama from the stage that I might have caused. Please do not think of it as, and I apologize, David, because this is going to be a football, soccer reference. Please do not think of it as Manchester United over here supporting green hydrogen, and Chelsea. I don't like Chelsea, so let's remove Chelsea.
I don't think all of our audience understand this sports reference.
If not, we have
Can
other
you give
challenges.
us something else?
If people are not watching football, we have other challenges that we need to go and address. But, and another team over there supporting blue hydrogen, right? We're all in the same team. Yeah. I 100% think and believe and would argue vociferously that blue hydrogen has to be a solution today, right? Because, and it's been around for a while. Steam methane reforming in India is decades and decades old. It's been going on for ages, even if the market is very small down there. Steam methane reforming, blue hydrogen is a great transition that will be needed not just for a decade, it will be needed for decades to come, right? And in some places, it might be the optimal way to decarbonize specific value chains versus green hydrogen. The point that we're making, though, is hydrogen is necessary. The optimal way to do it in theory is always green hydrogen, but that doesn't always translate on the ground. And you need blue hydrogen in a lot of different situations because that's the way you can decarbonize realistically the steel industry, for example, ammonia production, and a whole range of other industries. So I don't think it's an either-or situation. I completely agree. I think both are needed today, and they're both ready.
I'm quite happy. I'm sorry, Artem, but I'm quite happy that you mentioned again other hard-to-abate industries, because when we are talking about decarbonization, we are not talking only about blue hydrogen. And remember, this conference is not about hydrogen only, but climate in general. So decarbonization will help support hard-to-abate industries like the steel industry, by the way, also the glass industry. And I didn't mention before, but part of our technology process is that we actually convert the carbon dioxide into minerals. So those minerals can be used in other industries as raw materials. So we actually promote circular economy, which will bring me back to Irina's comment on the previous panel on circular economy. Yeah, that this is also something that's extremely important, and everything comes together. So let's not put our focus only on one place. We can do it. We can put our focus in
Artem,
multiple
you had
places.
a response as well, a comment you
Just
wanted to
maybe on the financing side, I mean, being a banker, so we don't have infinite resources, right? So that's another question we need to think about, like, you know, prioritizing green hydrogen or blue hydrogen. So how do we best place our limited capital into supporting these two technologies? Like, if green hydrogen we see is the future, so does it make more sense to deploy more of our funds towards supporting green hydrogen? Yes, I mean, I'm not talking about totally abandoning blue hydrogen, but there's also a question around, you know, prioritization. And maybe a question, I mean, we discussed this issue. It's a very good question, by the way, ahead of the panel. And one issue I raised was, you know, also the green qualifications that blue hydrogen can provide. I mean, if we're talking about green ammonia, green steel, can we achieve that? I mean, if we invest in blue hydrogen, say 10 years down the road, will that hydrogen be qualified as green? So will there be a market for that? This is also another aspect of, you know, the debate between green hydrogen and blue hydrogen.
So let me ask you back. What do you define as green? What is green? Green is when you have low carbon emission, okay? This is what today is defined, or zero carbon emission.
Zero carbon.
So if you, and I'm asking you, if you can capture over 90% of the carbon dioxide, wouldn't you qualify that as, I don't know, or wouldn't you add the blue in the green section of legislation rather than have nothing?
But that's, again, a debate on you know, how we approach that.
Not in 40 years.
CO2 that you capture, that's like a carbon lock-in, right? So you're not getting rid of that. So it's still not zero carbon. So that's why, you know, when you talk about green hydrogen, we're talking about zero carbon attached to that hydrogen. But I do hear you. It's a valid argument. At least in the transition phase, you know, blue hydrogen can be entertained. But, you know, if you're thinking long term, how we best, you know, deploy the limited capital, limited funds, limited resources we have. That's the question to be answered.
Okay, allow me to go from one member of EBRD to another.
Where?
Oh, they took your mic away? Sorry.
Speak? Okay, sorry. No, just to maybe add one comment. Indeed, I completely agree with both speakers. We should be colorblind as long as it's low carbon or zero carbon hydrogen. But maybe sort of a reality check in the current environment of gas availability, gas prices, the commercial viability of carbon capture in the context of green hydrogen really gaining speed, as Adnan mentioned, in some of even of our geography, and getting very close to commercial, getting very close to being a traded commodity, enjoying the offtake by hard-to-abate sectors. So I agree it's not either or, but there are some things out there like gas and its price, and maybe this is a moment for a green hydrogen takeoff.
This is an absolutely wonderful question, and the answer, I will have to refer you back to yesterday's first panel. Mr. Baldwin mentioned that there is no way around it. We will be using, either way, we will be using gas until 2050. So taking into consideration that, I still think that it's worthwhile.
At least till 2050,
yeah,
perhaps
at least
even longer.
If to quote him. So.
Okay, allow me to go to Ana Palacio in front here, who has a question or a comment. The mic is right here. Yes, thank you.
I start by apologizing because I was late to the beginning of the panel. but, and I was not intending to ask any questions, but I mean, first, allow me, Mr. Ismail, I think that you have hit the right message, which is that hydrogen will be in the future, sometime in the future, what oil was for 100 years. And I think that this is, but I have a question, and it's not provocative, honestly. It's not provocative. I understand that perception is very important, and this also goes to David Livingstone and the fantastic program and the 800 billions that United States has put behind this effort. Why financial institutions, why governments like the United States, why we all keep on with green, green, green? This is decarbonization. It's the issue is decarbonize, decarbonize. And the moment you say decarbonize, it's a moment where you know that anything that is that goes in that direction is good. If you take green, green in Europe means no harm. And no harm just excludes nuclear, because the spent fuel of the fusion nuclear reactors is supposed, there are analysis, but is supposed by perception. Now, as I say, green is one of the many, I think, inventions of Europe that were not that ideologically, but that has gone a long way, and it's complicated. But when I listen investors saying green, I say, what do you mean by green? Exactly this. What do you mean by green? If green is decarbonized, then say decarbonized. If green is something ideological where you mix Pachamama and Gaia, well, that's a different story. But in order to invest, let's just keep fundamentals. That's, if you can respond, it's not just EBRD, and honestly, I know that.
Well, thank you. I kind of saw this coming. Decarbonization, yes, we are talking about decarbonization, but maybe the best way to respond to that, when we say green, renewables, etc. So going a couple of decades back, just thinking about the, let's say, how we approached electricity generation, which was predominantly coal, right? So at that point in time, if we were to switch everything to gas, or gradually to gas, that would mean decarbonization. But, if at that point we did not have the urge or the willingness to take up the costs or eat up the rather high costs of investing in renewables, investing in zero carbon electricity generation, maybe we wouldn't be at the point where we are now. So decarbonization, I get the point, is an ongoing process, and everything you do to reduce your carbon level from where you start, as long as you reduce it below that point, it should be good, should be supported, should be financed, but there's also a long-term horizon, long-term view as to where you get to the best outcome. And I go back to what I said before, with the limited resources you have. We as EBRD, trying our best to the extent we can to finance all the green renewable projects in our country operations, but we have capacity limitations, and the world has capacity limitations. So how best to trigger that long-term decarbonization, not just now, yes, investing in high-cost technologies, which was the case for renewables a decade ago, will not maybe have an impact at that point in time. Maybe gas would have made more sense. But now, when we look back, we say we did the right thing in investing in those technologies. Maybe Shoaib, if you want to say anything about on technology in relation to hydrogen.
I'm not against renewables. This is the different story. It's ideology that goes beyond. Of course we need, I spoke yesterday about green hydrogen, and green hydrogen is but right now we are in a difficult binder, and we have to keep green hydrogen, but at the same time we have to keep clear. And frankly, I'm not really thinking about blue hydrogen. I'm thinking about nuclear, and of course I'm expressing a pervasive attitude in Europe that nuclear is not green. I mean, now it's green according to the taxonomy. Frankly, I will never say that gas is green. Gas is a transition solution to decarbonize, but it's not green. But the best way to decarbonize is nuclear. Right? I think that this is why. And again, I belong to this government that just launched the renewables in Spain. Spain bet on renewables. And we still have nuclear, but we are trying to follow the German path.
So I would like to be mindful of time as well, and I would like to give actually David the word because he would like to comment on this as well. Please, David, go ahead.
Thank you, Bina. Look, this is a robust debate, and it's a debate we've seen in many different places. But I just wanted to suggest, I think that sometimes we may overcomplicate things a little bit. And we need to be in the business of calling people in and calling different resources and technology pathways in rather than calling them out. What do I mean by that? We've talked about green hydrogen today. We've talked about blue hydrogen today. That's existing steam methane reforming, but with carbon capture. And with high rates of carbon capture, you get a zero carbon or a near zero carbon hydrogen source. But there's also turquoise hydrogen we haven't talked about. Using methane pyrolysis, you can strip off the carbon and you get a pure carbon black stream that can find markets around the world, along with a pure low carbon, near zero carbon hydrogen stream. Anna is talking about what's sometimes called pink hydrogen, nuclear to hydrogen, another incredibly exciting resource and a terrific way to use excess nuclear generation from assets that have incredibly important value on the grid as zero emissions, baseload power resources, where at times of peak renewables, where some of that nuclear power is not needed, you can use that power to generate clean hydrogen. We haven't even touched on gold hydrogen. Many around the room probably haven't heard of it. A new novel technique that some entrepreneurs are working on in the United States and elsewhere to generate naturally occurring subsurface hydrogen using microbes, biomanufacturing techniques to strip that hydrogen from existing hydrocarbon resources, produce a clean hydrogen stream, a CO2 stream, sequester that CO2. We in government will always be behind the curve in terms of what is the most advanced, innovative, tip of the spear, clean energy technology, clean hydrogen pathway. And so instead of arguing over what colors to include or not, instead of arguing over what's the preferred technology pathway, I think it's incumbent upon all of us, and this is exactly what the United States government is working on, to set a clear, objective, fair criteria for what qualifies as low carbon hydrogen or zero carbon hydrogen, and allow 1,000 flowers to bloom, allow the virtues of private sector competition and innovation and ingenuity to spring up and try and deliver the most competitive volumes of clean hydrogen according to that particular threshold, regardless of what color. As it was been said earlier today, let's move from colors to volumes. Let's move from volumes to firm offtake agreements, bankable offtake agreements that will get this transition moving faster. I think that's the exact sort of direction that we need to be moving in. And with that, we can leave behind some of these debates that catch us up sometimes and focus on what really matters if we want to hit our energy transition and energy security goals over this decade.
Thank you, David. And we have about 5 minutes left. So I want to take Charles Elinas over there and Defna Arslan together. And just so you know. Okay, go ahead. David, question coming for you from Daphne.
David, wonderful to see you here on the screen. I wish you were here with all of us, and thank you for joining from Washington, D.C. And with this occasion, I also like to thank to all our panelists, wonderful panel and great moderation by Bina, by the way. My question is the U.S. In the U.S., as you have already summarized some of them, just that there are great programs, supporting hydrogen development, whether green, as you said, whether green, blue, or whatever the color. The main thing is that it's the alternative energy resource and developing energy resource for the world. And it's a great way to, for also, if developed for supply security for all countries, that's for sure. As the U.S. government, do you have plans in the pipeline or programs that help the developing countries to develop their own hydrogen technology is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne Hanım, and wonderful to see you as well. I will say absolutely. The United States government, through the Department of Energy, through the State Department, through USAID, and through our Development Finance Corporation, are absolutely going to be working on strategic opportunities to help countries to scale up their own hydrogen production. I'll just point to, for example, an exciting project that the Development Finance Corporation is engaged in discussions on in Egypt. Very timely, considering that this year's COP27 climate conference will take place in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. There's an enormous opportunity to address both decarbonization as well as the food security challenges that we face in this year of rising food prices and rising input prices for things such as fertilizer. By scaling up green hydrogen and green ammonia, or clean, I should say, clean hydrogen, clean ammonia, that can serve the agricultural sector, as well as eventually potentially serve different industrial sectors to help decarbonization there as well. So that's an example of the sort of financial tools as well as technical assistance that the United States government can provide to our partners. I'll also note that another service, I would argue, that the United States government is providing is we're looking to muster demand for this hydrogen. Remember that supply without demand is just pushing on a string. So we need to have demand signals that work in concert with the scale up of clean hydrogen supply. For that reason, President Biden launched something called the First Movers Coalition at COP26 in Glasgow last year. The First Movers Coalition is a public-private partnership that works with some of the biggest companies in the world. Currently, we've got 55 companies representing $8.5 trillion in market cap, nearly 10% of the globally listed universe of companies in the Fortune 2000. And these companies have demand. They procure goods in certain key hard-to-abate sectors. They might be an automaker like Ford or GM that's looking to buy steel or aluminum for cars. They might be a company like Amazon looking to procure shipping services, to send goods and cargo around the world to customers. And across these sectors, 8 different sectors, steel, aluminum, cement, chemicals, aviation, trucking, shipping, and carbon dioxide removal. Across those 8 sectors, we have companies making commitments that in the year 2030 onwards, a certain percentage of all of their purchase of goods in that sector will be of the zero emissions variety. So in other words, an automaker like Volvo might say, from the year 2030 onwards, 10% of all the steel I buy will be zero emission steel.
David,
now you might be asking, what does this have to do with our discussion on hydrogen today? Well, if you think about it, all of those commitments from some of the most creditworthy counterparties in the world represent imputed clean hydrogen demand as well, because we know that clean hydrogen will be a key input, a key enabler in the steel sector, in clean aluminum, clean cement, clean aviation fuels and e-fuels for
David,
shipping, aviation.
I apologize. David, I apologize to cut you off, but we actually have like 5 seconds left before Fred comes on
I'll
board.
simply say we're catalyzing 1 million tons of clean hydrogen demand, and we're not stopping there. Thanks very much.
Great. I apologize. We did run out of time. I know the panelists actually, I would have loved to give them just 1 more minute to just give final thoughts and remarks on this, and then we will go to our president and CEO. So please, if you have any final thoughts or remarks, please go ahead. 1 more minute.
Should I go first?
Yes.
So 100% agree with what David was saying. I wanted to speak and then he said pretty much everything I wanted to say. The one thing I would add on to his thoughts though,
So I can see whoever's on.
the hydrogen industry is going to be worth $1 trillion before middle of the decade. That's a huge, huge, huge market. Government should not be leading this fight. Neither should it be the financiers. The role of government and the financiers is a platform enabler. This has to be led, especially in market-driven economies, by the corporate sector. That's why you're seeing companies like Acme, who recently invested $1 billion in India to produce 1 million tons of hydrogen per annum, because they can see the market out there. The profits are there to be reaped because the demand side is there ready for them. They went out and found the demand. I would advise every single government and financier to see their role as to just bring the different players to the table and connect the value chain together. Connect your renewable electricity provider with your hydrogen producer, with your midstream provider, with multiple different off-takers from the automotive industry, from the steel sector, from aviation, from shipping, etc. And you'll see the market's ready. No one's just connecting the dots. And I think that's the role that government can play more so than just providing finance. The biggest role they can play is just connect the value chain. That's how you enable this solution.
Thank you. 20 seconds.
Well, Shoaib said it all and kind of defined our role in this whole value chain. It's the connecting the dots and providing the support, the financing to make that value chain work. And EBRD will play its role in facilitating that.
Thank you. Inbal, 20 seconds.
I just agree with what they said.
Fantastic.
and David, you know,
And
he
David.
talked right in the beginning about the private-public partnership, how important that is. So,
well, there's so much more we can discuss, but we are out of time. Thank you so much. Please, I ask everyone to remain seated. Our President and CEO, Fred Kemp, will be making closing remarks on the conference. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Greetings to all of you, and my apologies to David Livingston. I would have been happy to cede him my minutes. It's always great to hear from my friend there and also in Washington as I am today. So excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what an immense pleasure it is to close out the 2022 Regional Clean Energy Outlook Conference, Advancing Climate and Security Goals. This has been a remarkable conference. Any of you in the audience, particularly those in Turkey that know me, know I would give almost anything to be in Istanbul. So I'm really sorry I couldn't be there for this edition of the conference, as I was away on a family wedding in Colorado and just landed back in Washington, D.C. We hope that this convening has fulfilled the role we envisaged for it to set the clean energy agenda in this expansive and multifaceted region. It's actually regions. Turkey, as you know, sits among many regions. There's a Black Sea region, there's a Central Asian region, there's a Middle Eastern region, and that's really what makes Turkey so valuable, that it sits at the center of so much, and also, of course, Europe and Caspian, Caucasus, etc. It's been an honor to hold this conference in partnership with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. We thank the EBRD for its support in bringing the conference ministerial together as well, and we look forward to reconvening the Regional Energy Outlook Conference on an annual basis. We would also like to thank C5 Capital for its strategic partnership on this conference, without which this event could not have been possible. We also would like to thank all of our partners supporting the work of the Atlantic Council in Turkey and the Global Energy Center over these many years. We're grateful for their continued and long-standing support. We come together this week in a world and a region in turmoil, emerging from the pandemic and into a war, Putin's war in Ukraine, which has threatened to divide East and West, North and South, developed and developing. In addition to the terrible human tragedy that continues to unfold in Ukraine, Russia's violation of international law and international norms will have consequences that may reverberate across the global order for years to come, representing a geopolitical inflection point that many of you in the audience know that I have compared to the end of World War I, the end of World War II, and the end of the Cold War. This is a period of time that has no less great consequences, and it will be shaped by how we act together with partners and allies across the globe. And energy is going to be a critical fault line in this future. And it's also a critical fault line in Russia's efforts to destroy the rules-based international order that was built after World War II. First, Moscow has used energy as a tool to achieve some of its war aims, weaponizing its gas exports to accelerate an energy crisis in Europe. We've heard recently that Europe is preparing well for the winter, that this should go better than expected, but we shouldn't be in this position at all. This threat to Europe has made abundantly clear the risk of overdependence on Russian energy and reawakened a long overdue conversation around the role that clean energy can play in ensuring energy security within the global energy transition. Second, Europe's energy crisis has global ramifications. Heightened demand for a limited global supply of liquefied natural gas is pricing out poor regions of the world that rely on LNG, compelling a reversion to dirtier fuels to soften the blow of the global gas crunch. Moreover, the global surge in energy prices is whipping up inflation and putting the post-pandemic economic recovery at risk. And the latest OPEC Plus decision to reduce production is not going to help with that at all. All of these developments risk undermining, either by distraction or destabilization, the global cohesion necessary to realize the urgency of global climate action and a net zero emission world. Yeah. While the global energy crisis remains atop the agenda, it should not distract from the continuously unfolding climate crisis. From unprecedented heat waves across Europe this summer to deadly flooding in Pakistan and the recent carnage from hurricanes in the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico, climate change is already imposing harsh economic and humanitarian costs on the world. These costs also threaten the global economy and risk the prosperity and security that has underwritten the post-Cold War global order. That's why we host a conference like this. That's why we have a global energy center at the Atlantic Council that works on climate mitigation. That's why we have an Adrian Arch Rockefeller Foundation Center at the Atlantic Council that works on climate adaptation. And that's why we'll all be at COP27 and COP28 working on these issues. The energy transition is driven in part by the urgency to avoid these costs, but will itself require massive investment. If implemented correctly, it will bring about countless co-benefits and be a driver of economic growth, innovation, and energy security for all. Tying these two threads together, the Regional Clean Energy Outlook Conference has come at a moment when the global energy system is confronting a concurrent and compounding geopolitical, energy security, and climate crises that can either impede humanitarian progress in the 21st century or present an unmatched opportunity to build a cleaner, more prosperous, and more secure global economy in the decades to come. In every crisis lies opportunity. And in this crisis lies a gigantic opportunity to bring energy transition and energy security together because they do not contradict each other. Therefore, we are pleased that this conference has given us the opportunity to shape a path forward during this historic inflection point, to ensure that this crisis does not impose upon us the false choice between energy security or climate action, and indeed they belong together. The demand for leadership has never been greater, regardless of whether we come from east, west, north, south, or resource-rich, or energy poor, or anywhere in between. The leadership demands of today's energy challenges also underscores the importance that we have gathered here in person in Istanbul, and of course virtually around the world. But in Istanbul, we are in a city that has always been at the crossroads of regions, of cultures, of political systems. Turkey, as well as the rest of the region, has a critical role to play in this moment when energy security and energy transition appear deceivingly to be at odds. As you leave the conference today and look at the beautiful site on the Bosporus, just remember what a crucial place you're sitting in. This region has long been a geopolitical fulcrum between East and West, a region with significant potential as a gas transport hub between Europe and Asia, but with even greater potential as a beacon of clean energy leadership, and that's why we're here. So on behalf of the Atlantic Council, it has been an honor to convene this timely gathering in such a pivotal region, one of my favorite cities, favorite places in the world, for helping to shape the future of the global energy system. As uncertain as that future may be, I look forward to our future annual convenings on these topics because it is human agency, it is our individual agency that will shape these outcomes. So thank you once again to all of our partners for your generous support, for your commitment to the Regional Clean Energy Outlook Conference as a platform for convening such excellent ideas from around the region. I'd also like to thank the members of the Atlantic Council's Board and International Advisory Board who are in attendance. Teresa Carlson, so thanks so much to Teresa for really leading our board in Istanbul on the site. Ebru Özdemir, who has been such a leader of the International Advisory Board for so long. Ana Palacio, former foreign minister of Spain, and Ahmed Oren, one of the leaders of our board for many years already. Your enthusiasm and support for our work both fulfills us and drives us forward. And with that, it's my distinct pleasure to welcome my dear friend and colleague, Defne Arslan, Senior Director of the Atlantic Council in Turkey, and the Atlantic Council's Turkey representative back to the stage. She'll bring this year's Regional Clean Energy Outlook Conference to a close. But let me, in front of everyone, really thank Defne for her leadership of our office in Turkey, and really her work that goes way beyond Turkey to Washington and the world, and to her remarkable team, Pinar and Brady. It's an honor to work with all of you, and thanks again to all of you for coming, and thanks for your support. Defne, over to you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you so much, joining us live from Washington, D.C. And actually, dear friends, distinguished guests, I was planning to do a different, closure, just going through the takeouts of the conference, but on the top of what Fred has already said, I don't think that more needs to be said. And you all listen to the, join the, this great panels that we had since yesterday. Distinguished speakers, a lot of insights, a lot of discussion, a lot of bilateral meetings as well. And yet alone, we also had a private ministerial with ministers. We have great takeaways to contribute ahead of COP27. And as Fred said, we will be doing this and repeating this hopefully every year with our great network. And with this opportunity, I also like to thank to my great team of Atlantic Council in Turkey. And Pinar, please stand up. And Grady Wilson and also Global Energy Center team, if they are now here, just in the Olga, I see Olga, at the back there. Thank you. And Patty downstairs and Graham back there in production, and Miriam, just a great press handling friend, just so wonderful, wonderful team. And there was a great press interest as well. And we are so proud that we are doing this in Istanbul. And please continue to follow us, Atlantic Council programs, all programs. We have a great global network, doing great things for the good, for the people of the world. And so proud that we have hosted you. So until next year, and we have a reception starting now outside, so enjoy the party. Thank you so much.